All right, thank you, everybody. We're about to start. If you could find a seat, please. All right, good morning and welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Jody Griffin. I'm a Deputy Bureau Chief here in the Wireline Competition Bureau. We are so excited to begin this two-day workshop on the IP transition. And throughout the event, you'll notice that when we're talking about the IP transition, we're actually talking about many different shifts that are happening in the network and services for voice, time division multiplexing to internet protocol, copper to fiber, or next generation wireless, intercarrier compensation to bill and keep. And all of these changes carry with them tremendous promise and benefits for consumers. And so the FCC is moving very fast to modernize our regulatory framework, free up resources so providers can invest in next generation technologies, and complete the transition. In today's panels, we'll be focusing on IP interconnection, public safety, and consumer protection. Tomorrow, we will have another great lineup of panels that are focused more on the economic and financial aspects of the IP transition. Some housekeeping. Today's workshop will conclude shortly after 4 o'clock. We'll break for lunch between noon and 1:30. Please do give time to go through the security screening again when you come back, so please plan to return prior to 1:30. And I believe there's a list of restaurants somewhere if you need recommendations, or you can just find an FCC staffer and ask them where they would recommend. Restrooms are located just outside the lobby. The entire workshop will be live streamed and recorded and will be entered into the record of any proceedings that we discuss. And as you may recall when you registered, we took questions during the registration process, so we will not be taking live questions during the events today and tomorrow. And now I would like to welcome our chairman, Brendan Carr, who has generously agreed to give some opening remarks.
Well, thanks so much. Thanks for the introduction. And this is a truly impressive group. Usually we have FCBA Nerd Prom later in the year, but we decided to front load it today. But honestly, walking around, I cannot believe the FCC alumni that are here, the folks that have been longtime members of the bar. And I think it sort of speaks to both the importance of completing the IP transition, but the challenges that we're going to confront along the way. When we came in a year and a half ago, we made it a top priority to really accelerate, facilitate, and finally get to a point where we can make this transition. We want to do it, obviously, for a lot of really important reasons. We think it will result in much more efficient networks. We think it will free up capital to be invested in networks and to expand them. It'll also help our ongoing fight on robocalls as well. A lot of the robocall mitigation techniques and technologies we have fall off when a call traverses an older portion of the network. The other thing that we have realized, obviously, is that getting this right is not doing any one thing right. You have to do about a dozen or more different things correctly to do this. And Danielle on my team has really been taking the lead, has taken the lead in tackling this challenge. And Danielle's put in place a comprehensive plan to make sure that we can do this transition. It requires obviously getting IP interconnection right, challenging complex issues. There's a whole host of public safety and consumer protection issues. We've been starting proceedings individually on all of those to make sure that we're moving everything with an eye towards an all IP network. Intercarrier compensation, high cost reforms. Again, we're doing all of those for lots of reasons, but again, we have to pick up reforms across the board to complete this transition. So if we get all of this right, we're ultimately going to strengthen America's communications infrastructure. We're going to encourage investment. We're going to improve resilience. We're going to better position the country to lead in next-gen technology. So for my part, again, just want to thank all of you for bringing your time and talent here inside the building. This is a real august group of people, and so it's great to see all of you dedicating your time and resources to this. There's a lot that we're going to do that's going to be rulemakings and orders. But when Danielle and the team came up with this idea of the workshop, I thought it was just a brilliant idea, because there's issues that are going to be corner cases and issues around the edges where we just have to make sure all the stakeholders are engaged, everybody's working in good faith. We can solve some of the big issues through rulemakings. We can sort of reset the boundaries within which good faith discussions and negotiations take place, but then we have to have those good faith discussions and negotiations. And I think this is part of facilitating that, identifying all of the issues that could slow this down, giving people comfort that, yeah, we're going to move. This is going to happen. That's been decided. We're going to do it as quickly and efficiently as possible, and we're going to be there to make sure that all of the corner case issues are dealt with in good faith by all stakeholders. So I really look forward to this, look forward to all of the contributions that you're going to make, and thanks again to Danielle and the team for putting this together and everything else that you've been doing. So thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Now I would like to invite our first set of panelists up to the table. And while they're coming up, I will introduce our moderators. Our first panel is the Right Interconnection Framework for an All-IP World, and will be moderated by Michelle Burlove, who is an Assistant Division Chief in the Competition Policy Division of the Wireline Competition Bureau, and Jesse Goodwin, who is an Attorney Advisor in the same division. Michelle and Jesse, please take it away when you're ready.
I should probably put my microphone on. Sorry about that. The topic for this first panel today is the Right Interconnection Framework for an All-IP World. But before we get the panel started, we'd like to provide some background for our audience so that everybody is working with the same information on how we got to this workshop today. And for that, I'm going to hand things off to Jesse.
Good morning, everyone. So just by way of background, across the voice market in recent years, we have seen a sea change from legacy facilities and services to next generation, IP-based networks and services. Copper networks are being replaced with new fiber or wireless ones. Consumers increasingly prefer modern packet switched IP-based services over older circuit switch technologies. These changes have benefited end users in many ways. Modern voice services enable enhanced accessibility functions and robocall mitigation features, and they operate in an increasingly competitive space where consumers can choose between several providers for the type of voice service that best fits their needs. In the past year, the FCC has taken several steps to speed this transition, including streamlining technology transition rules, eliminating unnecessary paperwork for network changes, and examining ways to streamline new network development. Today, we're focusing on the FCC's rules governing interconnection. Those rules create special obligations for incumbent local exchange carriers that may not make sense in an all-IP world and may even be hindering the transition to IP. So in October 2025, the Commission opened a proceeding to determine how we can update the rules and obligations related to interconnection to ensure a speedy and successful IP transition.
Thanks, Jesse. Just to let everybody know, this is not about legal discussions today. We're not talking about legal issues. Those are obviously important and very sticky. Today, we're going to be focusing more on the practical aspects of an actual IP interconnection. That's what's going to govern the conversation today. And to start things off, I would like to ask each of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves and give us 30 seconds on what they believe is the key consideration for their organization in developing an IP framework. And we will start off with Nirali Patel.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks for having me. Represent U.S. Telecom, and a bit about us. We represent providers, voice and broadband providers of all sizes, from the largest national providers to regional mid-sized providers to the smallest providers serving rural America. And so given the diverse composition of our membership, addressing the needs of all types of voice service providers in the IP transition is really critically important to us. That's why our proposal in the record was developed with the input of both incumbent LECs and rural LECs. among our membership. And I look forward to discussing the U.S. Telecom plan as well as the others in the record today.
Thanks, Nirali. Next, we have Jason Hendricks.
Good morning. My name is Jason Hendricks, Chief Government Relations Officer with Range. It's a DBA for 4 entities headquartered in Forsyth, Montana, primarily serving Wyoming and Montana. We have 3 RLECs and then a competitive transport provider. And I'm here as a member of NTCA. I think that we're excited about transitioning to IP, but we want to do it carefully. We want to do it deliberately. We want to make sure there's good rules of the road, solid legal framework, and there are just a lot of things that need to be done to transition from the current network to the all IP network that we just want to make sure is done consistent with Section 254B3 of the Act on keeping services and rates comparable.
Thanks. Next, we have Ben Sanborn.
Hello, my name is Ben Sanborn. I'm Senior Counsel for Conterra Networks, and Conterra Networks is a provider that is headquartered in North Carolina. We do our work primarily in North Carolina, Texas, and Louisiana, although we're in 21 states at this point. We largely do E-rate and enterprise services. We do have voice that we include with our educational customers and with our enterprise customers. And I am also here as a member of Encompass, which is a trade organization that represents broadband providers and others who are affected in this marketplace. And I think our core concern is to make sure that, yes, this is where we have to go. This is IP interconnection is crucial, but the way in which we get there is also crucial. And we need to make sure that as rules and frameworks are being developed, they're being developed in the interests of the American people so that what we do is something that is going to really have the maximum benefit for the maximum number of people and do so in a way that encourages further investment by all parties.
Thanks, Ben. And now we have Brett Scorza.
Thank you. My name is Brett Scorza. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Intelliquent. A little bit about us. We're one of the nation's largest interconnection providers. And so in our capacity, we've been working for the last decade on helping customers, carriers, to move from TDM technologies to IP technologies. So I'm going to come at the discussion today, very excited to be here and looking forward to talking about the different frameworks, bringing sort of an operational and an implementation perspective on it. And I think the most important thing for us to do is to balance maintaining the integrity and the resilience of the PSTN through our transition mechanisms but also moving with speed. You know, I think there's a great opportunity for us as an industry to embrace the new technology and look forward to a discussion about the best way to get there.
Thanks, Brett. And last but certainly not least, we have Harold Feld.
Hi. First of all, I was told don't mention Title II, so I'll really try to avoid that. But I will say I'm Senior Vice President at Public Knowledge. We are a advocacy group based here in Washington, D.C. about maintaining connectivity for everyone and getting connectivity for those who don't have it. Our concern, we've been involved, and I personally have been involved in this since the sunset of the PSTN showed up as a public notice in the National Broadband Plan in 2010. Our biggest concern is that, A, people realize the complexity of this. I was gratified to hear the chairman recognize the complexity of what is going on here. There have been too many times when people have just assumed that, well, it's as easy as just getting everybody to get on a cell phone. This is a very complicated network, and our chief goal is to make sure that we maintain what has been our 97% penetration of voice communication throughout the United States, that everyone has access not just to NG 911, but to all of their friends, relatives, and everybody else who they call, and that this is affordable and reliable for everyone.
Thanks so much, Harold. So when we spoke in advance of today's panel, most of you indicated that you see the key issue as the fundamental characteristics of an all-IP interconnection framework. So I would ask each of you in turn to talk about what you see as the key operational characteristics of that kind of a framework, and how do we get there, and how long will it take? Nurali, if you could kick us off, and then you can all just chime in.
Sure, happy to. I know it's going to shock you, but I'm going to say that the fundamental characteristics of an IP interconnection framework are those of the U.S. Telecom proposal that's in the record. Under this proposal, the Commission would require each voice service provider with access to numbering resources to make at least one IP address available on the public internet for receiving IP voice traffic from other providers on a bill and keep basis. Additionally, the Commission under this proposal would also require the largest providers to designate an additional dedicated interconnection point that does not rely on the public internet for receiving IP voice traffic on a bill and keep basis. And if I could briefly just go through some of the advantages and characteristics of that framework. First, it's going to minimize costs for all providers by leveraging the infrastructure that we all already have, using the infrastructure already in place for the exchange of internet traffic for the exchange of voice traffic. It also avoids the costs of negotiating literally a million interconnection agreements among our industry if you assume 1,500 providers all having to do bilateral agreements with each other. Second, our proposal really offers optionality. It would not, for example, force providers to use and pay for a single transit provider. Third, from a regulatory perspective, it's going to avoid grafting on the legacy TDM interconnection regime to modern, efficient IP networks that don't require a lot of poise, onto IP voice traffic that knows no jurisdictional boundaries, and onto a competitive voice marketplace that has no incumbents, today like there were in 1996. I think the Commission's last data shows that incumbent LECs have 10% of the interconnected VoIP market. Fourth, and most importantly, and I know this is something we'll want to dig into more today, the U.S. Telecom plan would do all of this while ensuring secure, reliable service and service quality. In fact, providers are already successfully engaging in over-the-internet traffic exchange of IP voice traffic today. For example, one of our rural provider members in Texas has been exchanging IP voice traffic over the public internet for several years, with traffic now averaging about 750,000 minutes per month, and they found their service to remain reliable. And I'm happy to, go on about some of those points, but I'll pause there and just say that it's for all of those reasons that the U.S. Telecom proposal is a consensus proposal among providers of all sizes.
And I know I said you could all just kind of jump in, but Jason, if as an NTCA member, I know that Nurali indicated that this that their proposal was with the big LECs, with our LECs. How do the NTCA members differ in their views, if at all, or how do they agree with U.S. Telecom's proposal?
Well, I'd say we certainly agree with the goal to have it be quality of service and reliable, but our concern is that the U.S. Telecom proposal as written may not get us there. And so what we'd like is to have a clear regulatory framework that can hold up any judicial challenge, but it should be seamless. There should be there should be no difference in quality of service for customers from what they get today to what they get in the future. And we're also concerned about any of the proposals that would lead to us having to have high transport costs, high compliance costs, especially if those aren't going to be recovered. And so we need to have an adequate recovery mechanism. We are concerned on the over-the-top internet and whether it can get to the quality of service that's being discussed. So we're faced with a choice of having to directly interconnect at some distant location that would require high transport costs to get there and other costs associated with it, or doing an over-the-top internet, which has quality and reliability concerns that haven't been addressed yet. And so we know that there are standards being looked at for this, but they may not completely get us there. So we just want to be careful. I mean, right now, there are 1,653 tandems in the country for 222 LATAs. And so under the NTCA proposal, we're looking at taking it down to at least one per state, maybe two if there's a need for redundancy for public safety perspective. But, so 50 to 100, whatever the number is, much less than 1,653. So we do think that we're talking about progress here. But a handful is probably too few. And so we just want to be really careful and cognizant of those issues as we move forward.
Thank you so much. And Ben, coming from the perspective of the CLEX, where do you all fall in this discussion of an appropriate framework and the characteristics?
Yeah, I think that the key consideration for us is to make sure that the way in which it gets rolled out doesn't accidentally undermine all of the things that are being used as a basis for why we should roll this out. For example, all of the connections, there's been discussion of should there just be a reliance on the current sort of peering and teaming that CLEX are doing between themselves. Should that be a basis to rely on we can now go to something broader? Well, that goes away if we lose some of the underpinnings like co-location or areas where we can do cross-connects or the physical framework that gives us the ability to actually make these sorts of connections. So while we're looking at what's going to happen on the IP level, which we agree is where everyone needs to go, that is a good goal and it's an important goal. But we need to do it in a way that really looks on a granular level at what are the impacts of moving to each of these potential options. What are the impacts of moving to a single point? What are the impacts of moving to just a couple? How do you have the internet exchange internal folks who are going to be sort of aggregating and working on this scope? All of that's important, but it all relies on the basic underpinnings of the physical connections. And so we need to make sure that we're ensuring that those don't go away so that we can have something that's going to have the quality of service that people are experiencing right now, because this should be about the impacts on the American public.
And Brett, you're coming at it from an entirely different perspective as an interconnection provider. So where do you all fall in any of these proposed frameworks?
Sure. So, let me talk, in general, what we should be looking for in all IP framework needs to address a couple of things. One is universal reachability, right? And so when we start talking about quality of service and the ability to make sure call completion works, we need to be thinking about, as we transition through where we're at today to the future state that we're all envisioning, that we're looking at it from a reliability in a global reachability standpoint. I think the other thing in an all IP environment is we want to take advantages of the efficiencies that IP offers, right? So reduced regulation, a burden that we have, reduced operational burden. These are really important things for the industry to sort of unlock the capital that the capital to do improvements and to take advantage of the efficiencies that we have. I think that when we look at the different frameworks, there's a perspective of timeline, and you asked about specifically how long will this take. One of the challenges that we have is, as we're looking at replacing interconnection technology, we have to think more than just the connectivity that is involved with interconnection, right? So when we look at functions that are performed today by the existing obligations that ILECs have, right? There's more than just transport aggregation involved, right? So when we look at moving to all IP, supporting the migration to all IP, but not creating undue operational burdens or potential risks in terms of reachability importance. So I think as we evaluate each of these frameworks, and I'm happy to talk a bit about the framework that IntelliQuint has proposed, but the important thing that we look at is the function that is being that is obligated today, and making sure that that capability is addressed in the future state. when I look at the framework that Intelliquent has proposed, it's really about speed and it's about transition. I think Nerali talked about the future state objective that USTA proposal has in mind. The concern that we have is timing, right? A lot of the things that we're talking about are, so simplicity is a great idea. It's a great future state to strive for, and it's very heavily focused on ease of interconnection, right? So when we're looking at the standards bodies and we're looking at the work that's happening today, the work is really focused on easing interconnection, which is great because the history of the migration that's happened to date for IP is the vast majority of traffic is already exchanged over direct connections over IP today. So continuing to make direct interconnection more feasible is great, but this is going to take new standards, new times, things that aren't being addressed. So when we're looking at the timeline that the commission has laid out, the 2-year timeline that's in the record, the reason we have proposed the National Transit Provider Framework is because this is a capability that will allow us to move to all IP in the 2-year time frame that the commission has offered, right? So we have the advantage of supporting all the existing carriers, all the existing interconnection in a way that uses current technology. We don't need new standards. We don't need to upgrade switches. We don't need to upgrade equipment. But we can continue and move to an all IP environment in a 2-year time frame using current technologies. That provides a transition window for us that will allow us to continue with some of the work, for instance, that USTA has proposed, continuing the work to make interconnection better, but giving us time to continue to develop those standards. So I think from a timing perspective, the most important thing and the reason we propose the framework we have is it really gives us the vehicle to get to all IP interconnection more quickly and unlock that capital and unlock the cost structure that we have in the industry today.
Thank you so much, Brett. And Harold, obviously you're coming at this from an entirely different perspective. What is your overall reaction to the various proposals and how they might impact the different concerns that public knowledge has?
Right. So it's hard to know where to begin. I'll start with the U.S. Telecom proposal because that's the easy target, which is I think it just runs afoul of, again, I'm not going to mention Title II, but I am going to say the Rural Call Completion and Enhancement Act, which requires that if you are a phone company, then you got to sign up saying, I'm going to make sure that voice, which is defined to include VoIP, is either delivered at sufficient quality to the target network, and if I use an intermediary, then I am guaranteeing that intermediary is coming off a list that promises to deliver these packets at a particular quality, and to just shift it back to, hey, use your internet guy who is a best efforts provider and probably about a tier 3 level when we get out to rural exchanges, and is therefore going to go through multiple handoffs, and somehow packets won't disappear and everything will be cool, man. I find kind of hard to take confidence in, and the further out we go, and therefore the more strained the broadband infrastructure will be, assuming there is an actual broadband infrastructure, then the harder it is to believe that we are going to be able to maintain sufficient quality. Never mind the problem of we have to have quality of service that aggregates consumer-grade voice separately. I mean, it's nice to be able to use WhatsApp. I've got my son uses it all the time rather than an actual phone. But if he's someplace where the internet reception is lousy, he switches back to phone because that's got a requirement that's different from traveling over the public internet. I'm very concerned about schemes that break up responsibility for quality of service and do not have a quality of service guarantee throughout. I'll add that I'm concerned about a recognition of what other traffic is currently passing over the what we think of as PSTN that is not voice traffic. And we've focused on voice, very good reasons for focusing on voice. I continue to believe voice is one of the most important. But even something as basic as fax traffic or other traffic that is not explicitly done as VoIP packets are important considerations. And either we have to be very clear with consumers that certain things are going to stop working, or we have to figure out ways that they will continue working at sufficient quality and at an affordable price.
So, to echo something that Harold was speaking about, that you've all spoken to, is the issue of service quality. Who is ultimately responsible for the quality of service, and how do we enforce accountability of those service quality standards? If you want to start, Nirali?
Sure, and actually, can I respond to a couple of the other points that have been made? Everything will be cool, man, is not really my style, so I will avoid that. But you know, I did notice in Public Knowledge's comments the point about rural call completion. I would just say that I think the concern is based on a false premise. The cause of rural call completion problems, and I worked on this issue when I first came to the commission, you know, was inter-carrier comp rates, not IP-based voice traffic exchange over the internet. On the FCC's own rural call completion webpage, it says, what is the cause of these problems? And the answer is, from the commission, in a nutshell, the problem appears to be occurring in rural areas where carriers sending the calls normally pay higher than average charges to the local telephone company to complete calls. So the premises are I think, is misplaced there. Second, if IP traffic exchange over the public internet resulted in rural call completion problems, U.S. Telecom members who serve rural areas wouldn't be voluntarily using over the internet traffic exchange today, as well as many of our other members who do not serve rural areas. So I just wanted to point that out on the rural call completion issue. As to quality of service, there's so much to unpack there. And I'll just start with, you know, there are claims in the record, and I understand the concerns others have raised, but the record says otherwise. So first of all, I think there's a conflation of the quality of last mile service to the end user and the quality of IP-based traffic exchange between providers. Those are two different things. Secondly, there's a conflation of quality and quantity. So, you know, the impetus for private interconnection is quantity, not quality. You need a highway to get a lot of traffic between two providers. But not every road everywhere is going to need to be a highway. Even if commenters are right to be concerned about quality of service to end user customers, the Commission already addressed this issue in its March Network Modernization Order, where they set out the technical requirements for what constitutes an adequate replacement for IP-based voice service. The other thing I would say about the quality of service concerns that have been raised is that the proof is in the pudding. If you look in the record, you'll see an ex parte from AT&T, for example, that shows that the performance in terms of latency, in terms of packet loss, in terms of dropped calls of their AT&T Advanced, the APA, as they call it, calls using traffic exchange over the internet, was far better than industry standards and just as good, if not better, than the performance of APA calls over private interconnection. So I understand the concerns. We also need to look at the facts and the data. I'd also say, again, that if it wouldn't be in our rural members' interest to exchange IP voice traffic over the internet if it resulted in a purportedly second-tier service to the rural Americans, to the customers they've been serving for, some of them, 75 years. And it's frankly not surprising, actually, that IP traffic exchange over the internet does work. That's why NTCA, Encompass, and other industry associations signed the NANCY's 2022 CATA Interconnection Working Group report, which recommended, among other things, that over the internet can be an option for IP-based voice traffic exchange. And while that report did, of course, note that you have to care for service quality concerns, if anything, technology has evolved since then, and providers, big and small, have been using over-the-internet traffic exchange with really great results. I'll pause there, but happy to also talk further during this discussion about some of the cost issues that have been mentioned.
And Jason, I believe you have some takes on that, coming from like the NTCA perspective. If we could get your thoughts on.
Yeah, I do think that there are things in the record that would indicate that service quality is a legitimate concern. I'd reference the Scott Jordan comments. I think that those are out there, and I think other providers have raised legitimate quality concerns. Your question about who's ultimately responsible for service quality, I think it's everyone in the call path. I think under Section 254B3, and going back to the history of how networks were set up, it was with the expectation that rates are going to be kept affordable in rural areas, and the quality of service, the types of service are going to be comparable as well. And so everyone has a responsibility with that. Today, we still have call completion issues, and we're trying to track down what those are. If it's our customer who can't complete a call to a distant location, they're going to call us and find out, well, why is that? And we're going to work through and try to find what caused the problem. If it goes the other way, you would think that they would call the originating provider, but they don't. They also call us as the terminating carrier too. And so whether that's because it's going from IP to TDM back to IP, whether it is the access charge rates that people are still trying to avoid, there are legitimate issues out there today, and going to IP for everyone would be beneficial. So we do recognize that. We recognize the efficiencies of doing that. But there are, I think, legitimate quality of concern issues that need to be addressed, and just the unwinding of 1,653 tandems down to just a handful. The number of providers transiting across each of those tandems multiplied by that number, that's a lot. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get to a point where everyone is sure that we can get to the quality service that's sufficient. And I'm not a standards person, so I'm got to be careful with what I say. But my understanding on the standards is they aren't there yet, and maybe they can't get there for everything within the 2-year time frame. So I mean, we're interested in hearing the IntelliQuint proposal as a transition. We've been talking with them and like to learn more about that. I'd like to hear U.S. Telecom's take on it as well. But yeah, it's just being careful.
So Ben, Nurali mentioned that Encompass and NTCA and U.S. Telecom, et cetera, signed off on a set of standards that would, or a proposal for a set of standards that would include traffic over the internet. But nobody has yet talked about what does over the internet mean. Are we talking best efforts over the internet? Are there any quality of service standards that are involved in that? Is there prioritization, et cetera? So if you could address some of those issues from Encompass's standpoint, that would be great.
Sure, thanks. I think that it was raised as, is this an option? Should this be an option? And I think when it's an option among many, it's very different from the only option. And what we had sort of agreed to and discussed was using it as an option because sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it does make sense to utilize the public network, but you do have the issue of how do you know what that service quality is going to be? It gets tied up with what's the consumer using for their equipment, how are they connected, how are our routes really traveling to the internet, and what we have to make sure, especially when we're doing enterprise customers, is that we're able to guarantee a certain level of service quality. And so while there may be circumstances where we're saying, okay, this level of service quality for this customer makes sense to do it completely over the internet, there may be circumstances, for example, for banks and things like that, where you may want to have a higher level of priority, a higher level of need, a higher level of quality control, that once you start doing everything over the internet, that could get trickier. Now, maybe it won't. Maybe there is a way to establish the standards that are going to make it possible for that to be as effective and as protected as the current structure is. But I think the danger is leaping too quickly to that result and then saying, and then if something breaks, we'll figure out how to fix it later. Because I think that's sort of our core concern is let's do some stress testing up front and see what works and see what breaks before we leap all the way. And so I think that would be our concern, is that we agree it could absolutely be part of the solution. We just are nervous about saying it's the solution at this point when I'm not sure that we have all of the data to show that it's not going to break when you go from a certain portion currently use it and it seems fine to everybody has to use it.
And Brett, I know that IntelliQuint has some views on this, on whether it should be an option, the default,
Sure.
something else.
Yeah, I think the important thing with the use of public internet is a well-engineered public internet connection. And I emphasize the well-engineered, right? It can have a definite role in the exchange of traffic. I know it is today, and I know the public internet is used at times, but again, I'm going to emphasize the well-engineered. When we're talking about it being the only option, right, is the default option for public internet. Now we're addressing the universal reachability, right? So every case, right? So the idea that the public internet is ultimately not engineered for voice traffic. It is engineered for best effort delivery, and it's amazing, but it's also subject to, other traffic volumes and other things going on in the network. And then the probably the more important piece when we start thinking about using it ubiquitously as public internet as the only option today, and this is kind of where I emphasize the functionality that we have today in the voice network. There is accountability today for the quality of service. So when you look at the exchange of traffic from an end office up through an intermediary, through a tandem provider, ultimately getting to the far end destination, there is clear accountability in this room, in our industry, on who is responsible for that. In the the risk we take in moving too quickly, again, we're talking about potentially moving to a new framework that requires standards to be developed that do not exist yet, because we're introducing new quality of service requirements on public internet traffic. We have to address multiple layers of security, and exchanging traffic is the only path over public internet. There are things that are not being worked on today that need to be worked on. So we're depending on a framework that has standards which are being discussed. Some are being discussed and developed now, some are not. And so when we think about timing, I come back to time frame. The path to take the complex environment that we have today and making sure that as we transition from where we are today to a future state where things are much more simple, and I support a future simplicity, there is a transition path that we have to be mindful of, and quality of service on something where the standards just don't exist yet is really important to consider. And that's as we talk through in the discussion here, and we talk about the transition plan. That's ultimately where IntelliQuint has proposed the National Transit Provider Framework as a transition vehicle to get us from where we are today to the future state that's being contemplated. I think that's maintaining that quality of service during the transition is a really important piece.
So Harold, I was going to ask you, and maybe you were going to speak on something a little bit different or similar. I'm curious how, in this transition period that everyone has raised, we make sure that things don't break? How do we keep everyone getting their calls in the way they have gotten them with the level of quality that they've gotten them?
Yeah, because God knows one of the things that has come out of this is I'm probably have to go back to writing 3,000-word blog posts. But one of the one of the problems with relying on our experience of the past is we're doing something that's totally different. I mean, when we say, I'm going to base this on my experience today, but I'm also going to develop entirely new standards that are leveraging existing, in order to make sure this comes out right, means my experience today is informative, it's not conclusive. Similarly, I always get worried when people say this is a market-driven, because if it were market-driven, we wouldn't have to do anything. The market typically takes care of about 80%, and then we have to start doing a whole bunch of things for that remaining 20%. Sometimes we care a lot about them, sometimes we don't. We kind of gave them a coupon when it was digital television. When it's telephone, we care a lot more, I would hope. I worry about, I understand that a lot of people are impatient. As I mentioned, we started talking about this in 2010. At the same time, I worry a lot about trying to get it done for the sake of getting it done. There are too many times, I will not take up a lot of them, pointing to places where problems emerged when we started to scale up. And that is a great concern, because once we embark on kind of a great nationwide experiment, as we're doing right now, frankly, with copper retirement at the last mile level, we're all hoping this works out real great, because until now it's worked out real great. When we start doing everybody, as we argued in our comments at the end, we expect that there will be some corner cases, and that those will accumulate over time. And by the time we recognize that there is a serious problem, I think that it may be too late. So what we have recommended is, number one, the FCC has to retain sufficient authority to be able to intervene at any point without hesitation, to be able to pull the handbrake. Number two, states should be viewed as partners and not as obstacles to be removed, because states are actually a lot closer to this and are much more accountable to their consumer constituents. So I think that we got to be prepared to do this carefully, and we got to be prepared to continue to have oversight. I'll just add, look, if you wanted simplicity, the old system of having tariffs and having everything, placed just so by regulatory fiat was the simplest system in the world for everybody to follow. You knew exactly what you were doing. That cut off innovation. So, we want a system that permits innovation with safeguards rather than a system that maximizes simplicity. Because if we wanted to maximize simplicity, we just go back to what we were doing in the 1950s.
Thanks, Harold. So one thing that's come up related to safeguards, and a theme that's been recurring throughout all of your comments, is this issue of resilience and reliability. And one question that comes to mind is, however the number of interconnection points might change, how does that impact resilience? How does that impact reliability? What are the key issues that the Commission should be aware of? And if we just want to go back down the line, or if we can reverse the line if we want. Start with Harold.
Well, I'm going to start with NORS is good, and the requirement to report outages even as short as 4 hours remains good, and I think that we are going to need, frankly, I've pushed a lot for more openness on NORS, but I do think we are going to have to pay a lot more attention to any of these kind of, any increase in these short type of outages that will be captured in the reporting, particularly if we start to see patterns, which is going to require analysis. I think that one of the things that does produce resilience and reliability is the ability to have multiple options. So I'm, certainly big on a more competitive environment for carriage, but I also think accountability is critically important, and that's where the Commission's current, under the Roll Call Completion Act, you have tables, you have people who have the Commission has certified will, be able to maintain quality. And I think that ultimately is going to be the most important thing for resilience and reliability, because if something is everybody's responsibility generally, it is no one's specific responsibility. And that's where we get into trouble. Somebody has to be accountable at every stage.
Thanks, Harold. Brett?
So from a reliability standpoint, I'll add another dimension to reliability. Today, if you are a small carrier of any sort, right, you have the option to have a single connection to the tandem provider that you have. So from a workload, from a simplicity, and from a complete access to the PSTN, I simply need to maintain a connection to a tandem. That tandem then has obligation to manage all of the various connections to get to the rest of the network. But when I'm thinking about reliability, especially at the smaller carriers, especially at the edge cases, right, there's optionality today. To the simplicity of connecting to the PSTN is simply connecting to a single provider. The risk we run in the discussions that we're having today, we're very focused on using public internet for the purposes of replacing transport, and I respect that. It's an option you can use. You can use public IP in lieu of dedicated transport, but there's other functionality that is performed inside of the intermediaries and the tandems today, and that's about providing access. So take a very simple example, right? If a new entrant into the voice ecosystem comes on, there's a new carrier somewhere. Today, if I am a small carrier connected to a tandem, I do not need to do anything to support that. I have access immediately to the consumer at the far end of that new provider. In a world where I am responsible as a small carrier to manage direct connections either through public IP or with dedicated, but I'm responsible for knowing all those endpoints. I'm responsible for identifying everybody in the ecosystem and knowing and making sure that my systems, my provisioning, my network is able to route to that destination. I'm putting a very substantial load on those smaller carriers to make sure that they're on top of the entire ecosystem and all the connectivity. So when we think about reliability, it's not just whether the best effort, public internet is sufficient for that quality, but it's also about the ability of each carrier to reach every other consumer with a reasonable operational load. And I think that's one of the things that, again, looking at what we have been looking at from the transitional framework that we're talking about, the National Transit Provider, it's looking at that function that exists today and making sure that as we transition from where we are today to an all IP environment, we're still honoring those functionalities in the network, giving us time. Again, I realize that we may solve some of these problems with standards. Those standards will take time. And so to meet a more expedient objective of moving to all IP, there is a transitionary framework where we honor those existing functions so we maintain reliability at an operational level in terms of managing endpoints as well as call completion, over public internet.
Thanks, Brett. And Ben?
Sure. I think that the resilience and reliability relies on multiple options, that it relies on no single point of failure. That's sort of key to what resiliency is about, that you're not going to have a situation where if something happens at the single point where you have an option, then it all goes away. So how that's best managed, we're a little agnostic on that. Again, we don't think using over the internet is necessarily a bad option among options. And we think that it's important to still retain the ability to have something that is going to be a little more resilient and robust in order to do some of the business cases that are necessary in order to make sure that when you have some sort of dedicated communication requirements, that you're able to do something that you can have the clearer service quality commitments on, and that probably means having some sort of physical interconnection. Does that mean 1 or 2 points in each state? Maybe. But I think that as this is being developed, going to the standards question, as this is being developed, it's important to really consider how will this allow for the possibility of point A going down, what happens then? And how do we make sure that what happens then isn't, you can't call anyone? So that's sort of what we're looking at when we're looking at resilience and reliability.
Thanks, Ben. And Jason, I know you've talked about, envisioning the number of POIs coming down. So what's your take on all of this?
Well, I'd just say, if you have just a few points of interconnection across the country, you're going to have longer distances of travel. You're going to have a fiber cut can take down vast geographic regions of traffic. In our network, we build rings, and we build resiliency, we build redundancy. And so having, what we would propose is having at least one per state is beneficial from a cost perspective, but it's also beneficial from having from a redundancy perspective. From a public safety perspective, the reason why I kind of hedged, in the record we said one per state, but from a public safety perspective, they might prefer to have two. If you think of Next Gen 911, some states require two per state, and so it's just being careful with the with fiber cuts. When you have multiple connections going across the country, you have more people potentially handing it off. You have more network segments. You're potentially talking extra jitter, latency, and having them closer to the customer reduces that. So it's not necessarily that you have to have as many as what we have today, but having more than a handful does provide some redundancy and resiliency.
Thanks, Jason. And Nirali, of course, from the U.S. Telecom perspective, what's your take on what everyone has said? And I know you brought up also, U.S. Telecom is similarly concerned about, resilience and reliability.
Yeah, so happy to address that, but also wanted to address some of the other points that have been made so far. So on optionality, just want to reiterate that under the U.S. Telecom proposal, over the internet would be a default option, but it's not the only option. So just wanted to make sure, that I mentioned that again. Secondly, Brett mentioned appropriately timeline. We fully agree with Intelliquent that in this transition in all IP world, there's going to need to be a robust intermediate aggregator function. The question is, how do you achieve that? Do you achieve that through choice and competition, or do you achieve that through more regulation? And there's a couple of reasons why we think it would be the market, not regulators, that would be, picking the winners and losers here. So if NTPs are the most efficient way to achieve universal IP interconnection, that's what will become the majority approach under the U.S. Telecom proposal, which allows providers to choose to outsource receiving and sending traffic to an NTP. But from our perspective, that should be the marketplace result, not the result of a regulatory mandate, or having that be the default, and then having the commission needing to set rates for what would be paid to the NTP. If the commission sets the rates too high, then providers are going to have to incur more costs, which is, of course, a concern, of negotiating deals just to avoid having to pay an overly high price to the NTP. And if the price is set too high by the commission, then there's also arbitrage concerns. So with NTPs paying providers that receive a lot of traffic, the NTPs would be paying providers that receive a lot of traffic to sign up with them, and then those providers are encouraged to find ways to build up that high volume of traffic. That's sort of a traffic pumping redux that we want to avoid as we move towards an all IP world. It also just doesn't make sense for the commission to be getting back into the rate setting business, and so that's one of the concerns we have. On timeline, I would just say understand the points that Brett is making. At the same time, providers would all, as a default, have to negotiate with the NTP. That's going to take time and cost. And the regulatory scaffolding of the tariffs, that's going to take a lot of time as well. And so, it's not clear that that would be a faster lift or a cheaper, lighter lift, than, for example, U.S. Telecom's proposal. I would just add also on costs, part of the advantage of this proposal would be to minimize costs by leveraging the infrastructure that we already have. And I think that we don't want to get into a situation where we're basically negating and undermining the efficiencies of IP networks by, in effect, recreating what we already have in the TDM regime, having lots of POIs everywhere. That's not economically efficient, doesn't make sense. Then you have providers designing their networks solely to comply with the regulation, and that just, we think, is a concern as well. That would be a step backwards, not the step forward that we all need to be taking, towards an IP future. I'll pause there and, happy to talk further.
Keying a bit off of that, one of the things that was proposed in the record is this agreementless IP interconnection, again, using the internet. And the vast majority of voice service providers are also broadband providers. And so they'll already be interconnected either directly or indirectly with other ISPs. Can they use these general interconnection arrangements that exist now to exchange their voice traffic? And Jason, I'm going to throw this one to you. Are there advantages or disadvantages of this kind of an approach? Any technical obstacles?
Just to clarify, so the question is about using the broadband connection arrangements and piggybacking the voice on top of it. I just think of it, I've negotiated a lot of interconnection agreements on voice and service quality. There's a lot of stuff, and it's in a typical interconnection agreement that isn't in that kind of an arrangement for a lot of the reasons that we're talking about today. A lot of it is regulatory stuff that could go away, but I don't think that you could do it with the existing agreements without a lot of modification. And the existing agreements that are in place for voice, like I said, it would take a long time to unwind those for all the carriers across the country. And just if there's a term on them that's, say, 5 years from now, and we're talking about cutting it off 2 years, how does that affect existing agreements? So I think the short answer is no, but I guess I'll stop there.
I see Harold has his hand up on
Yeah,
this.
so there are a couple of questions I'd want to see answered. First of all, what are we doing about places where you have carriers like AT&T who are themselves ISPs but who do not provide broadband service in a particular geographic area for a variety of reasons? What do we do about, or can you prove that your tier whatever provider that's handling your traffic is going to be able to route it to the PSAP effectively? Can you show what the packet loss is and will be able to deliver the metadata to the PSAP effectively, consistently, reliably? As Ben was just saying, a lot of these contracts for internet carriage are best efforts. They don't make these existing guarantees. So, are we going to put a when you talk about leveraging infrastructure, there are still a lot of questions that need to be asked, starting with, is the infrastructure actually there? One of the things that AT&T's APA phone does is it plugs into its tower, it segregates out the traffic, and then just provides the quality of service not through an internet connection that's used in sort of the last mile, but as voice traffic on it, and that's why it works. And we were like, rah rah AT&T, glad you went and did something that worked. But before saying we're going to leverage existing infrastructure, you have to first decide what you're going to do where it doesn't exist, and where it does exist, are you sure that those agreements actually do the things that we do now?
Anyone else have any specific thoughts on that? Want to respond?
Excuse me. The one thing that I would say is that if you're going to rely on what exists as networks today, you have to make sure that there is no accidental or incidental harm to those networks as part of this proceeding. And that, for us, is a discussion about co-location and making sure that you are not undermining the network design that we have done for 30 years that made these direct connections possible. And so I think that's, again, a consideration and why we think it's important to look at things granularly and really ask the question of what are we trying to accomplish that, and do it in a way that benefits the American people. That's what the focus should be, and make sure that you're not accidentally undermining all of these other issues that are potentially related, but not necessarily the goal of what we're trying to do at this point.
And Brett?
If I could, yeah. So when we talk about interconnection at an ISP level, just to level set on the terms, right? The interconnection at an IP level is simply transport, right? So the only thing I would caution is when we think about interconnection, an indirect interconnection in the telecom space is more than just connectivity. And so when we're thinking about leveraging the connections, we're not talking about leveraging the interconnection capabilities of the internet for the purposes of routing and providing resilience of traffic. We're just talking about use of public internet as a transport vehicle between points A and B. So terminology-wise, right, there's more to interconnection on an indirect path than just transport. And we need to be mindful of that as we're evaluating the different options. The functionality that exists today in the indirect connections needs to make sure that we're addressing that as we move to all IP.
And with that, as you can see from our indicator here, we are just about out of time. So I would like to thank all of our panelists for joining us here today. We're going to have a 15-minute break, and we will, I think it's 15 minutes. And we will actually, it's about 20 minutes. Can we go for another 5 minutes, Jody? Okay. So Nurali, I know that US Telecom has some thoughts about not recreating the existing network that we have today and the, over 1,000 different interconnection points. So how do you see a way to meet in the middle among the various proposals? You've got the US Telecom on one side with a very small number of interconnection points. You've got proposals for one interconnection point per region, 2 per state. Do you see a way to meet in the middle?
Proposal is a meet in the middle proposal. It's was developed through providers of all types coming together, to propose a framework that would work for rural carrier members, large incumbent LEC members, mid-sized incumbent LEC members, et cetera. So, that's what we would say. On not recreating a lot of poise, on the co-location concerns mentioned, the marketplace today and the technology and the network architecture today for IP networks is fundamentally different from 1996. It's not 1996, it's not 2006 or even 2016. And if there was a time to use the forbearance provision that that Congress has provided that Congress has provided, this is a time to use it for Section 251C interconnection and co-location obligations as of the TDM sunset date that the Commission has proposed. I mean, the Commission was right to propose that in the NPRM, which I know you were extremely familiar with. There are no incumbent VoIP providers that have market power that would justify having these asymmetric interconnection obligations in 251C. And, as far as co-location services, they're widely available today. There's a market for that today, unlike 30 years ago. There is no need for also having asymmetric co-location obligations under 251 placed on one type of provider.
And if we can just finish going down the line with, let's say, 30 seconds each of final points that you want to make.
Yeah, as a final point, I'd just like to say, traditionally, we have a three-legged stool as far as cost recovery. It's the Universal Service Program, it's inter-carrier compensation, it's end-user rates. And I think that, first of all, I think that the inter-carrier compensation and the IP interconnection that we're talking about today, I think that those really, they're two separate dockets, but I think that they're the same issue and they should be addressed the same. We are interested in the U.S. Telecom proposal on inter-carrier compensation and the mechanism that's being proposed there for transitioning. To the extent that that can help us address some of the concerns on cost recovery, I think that's a big step. But if we're talking, a cut in rates for inter-carrier compensation plus an increase in cost to comply with this, at the same time we're looking at universal service and potentially reductions there, that can't all be recovered from end-user rates. It can't just because of rate comparability. Some states you couldn't do it even if you wanted to. So I think that all this stuff needs to be looked at holistically, and I know that some of the stuff is going to be talked about in other panels, so maybe this is just a preview for those other discussions, and thank you. I'm glad to be a part of this panel.
Ben?
Yeah, I think that it's important as we're moving forward to remember what we're trying to accomplish and first do no harm. That as we are moving forward into something that is going to be a demonstrable benefit for the American people, which I think the IP interconnection would be, then I think we need to do it in a way that doesn't take away any of the guarantees and advantages that the American people have today. And that is competition, that is reliable service, that is service that is available from a wide array of competitors. And I think that if we can hold on to those principles before we leap into the final solution that we're looking for, if we can make sure that we ensure that none of those will be lost as we move forward, then that's something that can help us really advance the system in a way that's going to help everyone. And thank you again for inviting me.
You're welcome. Brett?
Yeah, so I think that there definitely meet in the middle. Like, it's been a great panel, and I know there's good discussions. I think that again, looking at the proposal that Intelliquent has put forward, I think it's very compatible with USTA's proposal. I don't think time permits. There's some things raised that I think can be addressed, because I think that one of the things with the proposal that we're offering is to de-risk this migration, right? The edge cases that we're talking about, jumping in without fully thinking through things, putting in place an entirely new routing framework, an entirely new interconnection framework, these things will take time to develop. And I also don't think we have time to spare on that. I think that migration off of TDM is important. I think there's a ton of savings in the room here, right? from the carriers that are stuck with the dual networks, the dual TDM networks, the opportunity to move with speed and to remove that cost structure and let that be reinvested into the public voice network is a real opportunity. So I think as we move forward from here, I see what we're proposing from an Intelliquent perspective as this transition vehicle that's very compatible with the end state that USTA has proposed. There's reasons why we've proposed specific things about regulation, which we're happy to talk about with more time. But I think there's a real opportunity here to move more quickly and leverage both proposals and find a meet in the middle that gets us there more quickly and meets the Commission's objectives of timeline with less risk. Thank you for
You're welcome.
participation. Thank you.
And Harold?
So, on the one hand, I agree with everyone about wanting to get this over with as soon as possible, but and I am sympathetic to the fact that there's copper theft, there's equipment obsolescence, there is great expense of maintaining. So we have a lot of private incentives to behave in the right way, which I would hope would drive people to want to come to the table rather than to insist, as many folks have for 15 years, that, we need to do this in this specific way. I don't think we should make a fetish of the timeline. When Congress wants to set a definitive date, it will do so. So if we spent the next, if we got a plan that really worked and a framework that really worked by December 31, 2028, I would think that would be a great thing, rather than saying by December 31, 2028, the last copper will be out of the network. I just believe this has to be deliberate. There have to be well-considered conditions under which the commission will pull a handbrake and slow things down before moving forward, and that there needs to be at every step of this clear oversight authority and clear responsibility for who is responsible for what.
Thanks so much, Harold, and thanks to all of you. And that was a little bit more than an extra 5 minutes. I apologize. So we're going to have an 11-minute break. And then we're going to reconvene at 11 o'clock for our next panel, Considerations in Transitioning to IP Interconnection. Thank you all so much. All right, everybody, if you could all take your seats. We are going to get underway with our next panel.
Welcome back, everyone. The topic for our next panel is Considerations in Transitioning to IP Interconnection. To start things off, I would like each of you to briefly introduce yourselves and give us a 30 seconds on what you believe are the key considerations for your organization in transitioning to an all IP interconnection framework. We'll start off with Matt.
So I'm Matt Nichols from Verizon. I've been there about 30 years in various different job functions. Most recently, I've been working on TDM elimination and IP interconnects, and I was one of the co-authors of the Allies document, or the agreementless IP interconnect over the internet document. And I'm going to say, what are we interested in as Verizon as a company? And I think this goes to what I just said about allies. It's very, very, very intentional that we called that document Allies, because we believe everybody has an interest to get off of TDM. It's decaying. We got to get rid of it. We got to get moved to IP. So that's our number one interest, is getting off the TDM network.
Thanks, Matt. Bridget?
Hello, I'm Bridget Reardon. I am the CEO of Ensight, and under that name we have companies from ILEX to CLEX to also mobile network operations. And we've been in business for 116 years. We started with providing regular POTS to a Polish immigrant village in Wisconsin. And the biggest controversy was when my great-grandparents got involved, because they were Irish. So we've done a little bit of everything, and I'm very excited to be here to share perspectives from a small carrier as we talk about this topic.
Thanks, Bridget. Jody?
My name's Jody Culp. I'm a voice engineer with SDN Communications in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Hoping to provide a little bit, maybe unique perspective, a little bit, or insight. SDN is ultimately owned by 17 rural telcos in Sioux Falls. We have roughly a 50,000-mile fiber backbone that we've installed and maintained as well. And also, among our membership and us, reach about 90% of the state of South Dakota, so a large majority of that. As we discuss the transition to IP, I look forward to focusing on preserving voice quality, network reliability, rural call completion, and accountability across the end-to-end call path. The move to all IP interconnection is here and necessary, but we still lack a clearly defined framework to replace the one that supports these outcomes today. Simply put, before we tear down the old bridge, we need to make sure the new one is fully built, tested, and ready to carry the load. That will reduce uncertainty, avoid unintended service impacts, and ultimately accelerate the transition to all IP. I look forward to talking more with all of you.
Thanks, Jody. Jason?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Jason Campbell, CEO of First Light. We are a CLEC, competitive exchange provider, focused in the Northeast. Personally, I've been in this business for about 30 years in a number of environments and entities. And as Matt just mentioned, I think he's right on the transition away from TDM to IP. But I'm here today to ensure we don't conflate topics and actually accidentally reduce the size of the internet, reduce choice, remove bandwidth options from customers, and generally shrink the internet and make it a lower quality, worse environment because we put too many components in this initiative.
Thanks, Jason. Haney?
Good morning. Haney Fahmy with AT&T. I have been with AT&T for 28 years, 17 of those in AT&T labs through different functions. Started with DSL, and when it was ATM based, went to mobility, and right now with global public policy. I am looking forward to help the team here. First of all, I handle all kind of technology policy issues and specifically focused on IP transition and wireline transformation. And I'm here actually to help the team here to gain insights of how interconnection, the state of the industry when it comes to IP interconnection. I heard lots of good thoughts and arguments in the previous panel, and I'm hoping that by the end of this panel you will gain some insights of what's happening out there today. Because believe it or not, 75 to 80% of the voice traffic of the United States is actually running over IP interconnection today. And there is a very significant amount of this voice traffic going over the internet today. And there is all the smaller providers are using IP, voice or IP today. So, and we are here to talk about the remaining 10 or 15%. So I am trying to focus our view on the remaining 10 and 15%. How can we safely migrate this? We already migrated the 75 to 80%. So we are here to talk about the remaining.
Thanks so much. And when we spoke last Friday, most of you indicated that you see ongoing challenges to transitioning to IP interconnection as the most important issue. And starting with you, Haney, kind of keying off what you just said, what do you see as the primary stumbling blocks, and how would you classify them in terms of who they applied to? Is it the carriers, the regulators, service organizations, the actual technologies?
Yeah, absolutely. I very much appreciate the question. And so I'm sorry to reiterate this, but again, if you look at the majority of voice traffic today, at least between the wireless providers, the major wireless providers, the major cable providers, and even CVoIP providers, this traffic is actually carried over IP interconnection today. And one thing I just want to make sure is clear. The internet is not the only option for IP interconnection. There is plethora of IP interconnection options out there. There is VPN, there is direct IP connectivity, and there is the internet. All these are available options today. If anybody, any carrier is not comfortable with the internet, they can actually use other mechanisms. They can use VPNs. In terms of reliability as well, we are interconnected in multiple places to different carriers. And different connections, different resilient connections, reliable connections can be provisioned, and it doesn't have to be the internet. So it depends on the degree of comfort. So what are the issues that we see, going back to the question, what are the issues we see for IP interconnection? First of all, the first one, 251C, 2 and 5, are for TDM interconnection. It is not economical or technically feasible for IP interconnection. We do not have to, for IP interconnection, for VoIP, we do not have to interconnect in every ladder. We do not have to use the existing framework for co-location. There are so many other options for interconnectivity that is available for carriers today, have been pursued for a very long time for internet traffic and for IP connectivity. So we do not have to use the 251C or the 251C 2 and 5 or 2 and 6 for interconnection. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to tell you that it's all rosy on IP interconnection. There are some issues with IP interconnection. Some of these agreements take time. And there are some interoperability issues. For example, fax. Carrying fax traffic for IP interconnection, there has been a challenge when it comes to interoperability. It works, but there are some challenges about that needs to be addressed. There is a significant shortage of subject matter experts on this topic. So we are throwing lots of resources on it, but on the other hand, this cannot be just an AT&T function. We have to have subject matter experts across the board, across the whole industry, to be able to do IP interconnection successfully. And finally, there are some security considerations that needs to be taken into account. For example, distribution of certificates are things that we need to take into consideration. There is no established framework for that. But all these issues, if you think about video, for example, 10 years ago, if somebody come and tell you that video is going to be carried over Wi-Fi, I personally, as a technologist, I would have laughed at them. And believe it or not, today, Wi-Fi is carrying significant amount of video traffic. So all these things can be worked, and it requires a commitment from the whole industry, not only AT&T.
Okay. Jason?
Thank you. Very well said. I think you're right. Security, some interop. I think Harold mentioned it in the last one. What's an outage? Right. There's a different definition of that for IP. But probably to help ground the entire workshop, whether it's Wi-Fi, wireless, or whatever, all these IP transport things come back to fiber, right? So I feel like we may be conflating fiber optic connections. IP is not a soft cloud. It routes over fiber. Fiber generally manifests itself in the central area of the CO. So the CO is really the on and off-road for IP and fiber connectivity. That is what wireless towers use. Many wireless towers come back to COs. Wi-Fi generally probably comes back to a fiber connection in a CO. We've somehow conflated co-location and IP interconnect in here. So I feel like the biggest risk is the elimination of C6 or forbearance around C6, because that would literally eliminate the ability for hundreds of thousands, millions of end users. I'd even say, hundreds of millions of users go through the COs every day on fiber, whether it's wireless backhaul, education, businesses, et cetera, et cetera. We need to decouple that and remove this potential forbearance of C6, because it doesn't make sense. You're actually going to reduce the number of providers greatly across the entire ecosystem.
Jody?
So some of the ongoing challenges that I've seen or we've seen, as both of you guys mentioned, workforce is one. Obviously, you magnify that in a rural community, it's even more exponential. Probably just as important with that is ultimately, what is the default framework? Today we do have a default framework. That's how everything works. Not suggesting one bit that we carbon copy over the framework by any means, but I don't want us to lose track of the lessons learned to get to this point. Everybody that's been involved in this industry has dealt with issues at one point or another, and we make things better. We want to do best by our customers, provide the best service we can, but those can't be lost. The roles and responsibilities, that's one thing that I think is critical in our industry, that we all work together, I believe, in a common mission, but we also have to hold each other accountable, because that's what makes a great network great. And then also, as you mentioned, there's, from an IP interconnect perspective, I don't think SIP per se, and try not to get too technical in this, even though as mentioned, this was a nerd out forum earlier, but I don't believe that is necessarily the underlying issue. Voice over IP or SIP has been around for a while. It's matured. There's a lot of places that use it. We can pull statistics and calls on that, but it's ultimately dependent on that underlying Ethernet or IP connection. An old adage, you're only as strong as your weakest link, is true here. And, over the public internet, can it work? It can. I mean, we've tested that. But should that be our default option? Our failback, our failsafe? That's really the question of the quality of service that we're looking at replacing today. That's in our network, where we've gone through the trials and tribulations to get to this point. So those are some of the concerns. If elaborate, and then I'll finish up a little bit. Some of the more specific concerns really, I guess, true to the IP interconnection. One concern is the IP interconnections, going back to the roles and responsibilities, is there's IP interconnections out there, but it's not from a bigger or holistic level, related to the PSTN. There's onesie twosies. We can exchange this traffic here. We can exchange that traffic here. But how about the traffic that's not just going between those two providers? So there's a bigger, higher level look at this that really needs to get to that foundation. And I think that's ultimately what we're trying to discuss too.
Bridget?
For the record, I don't think I'm one of the nerds. I don't fit that. So my perspective is, we continue to be an independent company because we don't think that anyone else can care for our customers and our communities as well as we can. That is our premise. Love is literally the driver for what we do. An example for this, for Chairman Carr's wallet, is that we actually zero bid through BEAD to win zero money so that we can overbuild fiber in our original ILECs. We're not taking money from the government because we think we can take care of it better than anybody else. So my perspective is that in these IP interconnects, that we get lost, and there's a history of that, that we get lost among the big carrier priorities. So that the stumbling blocks that we're looking at are, even when we have 14 tandems that we connect through, and even when we're bringing IP traffic, the tandems are not set up to accept it. So we have to purchase a connection so that it can be translated, and then it's translated to TDM from IP. And so we're having to buy these, for example, these DS3 circuits. And, everybody knows what a DS3 circuit costs. I mean, 2021, for example, we had one that was $300 a month, right? That's a reasonable cost. When the unbundling occurred and rate regulation was no longer involved, the prices went up. And if you refer to this as the market setting the prices, this is not a market I've ever been in before, because our prices have increased 5,000% in 3 years. So now that $300 per month circuit costs $46,000 per month. So to me, that's a canary in the coal mine of what happens when there's not oversight by the FCC. It's a little bit Wild West, and so that's one example. So we've had to work through third parties, which takes our customers further away from us, further away from being able to make sure that there's quality of service, et cetera. Additionally, our customers and those customers that go through those tandems don't benefit from Stir Shaken because it doesn't work through TDM connections. So while we've transitioned to IP and our customers are on IP, they don't get the benefits of Stir Shaken because the tandems have not been updated to current technology. And I think the other thing that we look at too is we have some co-locations, of course, having been in business for this long. I do agree as well that it's about traffic routing. It's not as simple as a connection. But we've asked to co-locate at a new tandem where we expanded service to, and we were told we were not allowed. And I think that has to do with the unbundling as well. So then, where do we go? We don't have options. What we've had to do in this stumbling block to try to curtail these costs, because, I have 10,000 subscribers in our ILEX. A $46,000 circuit for one of those per month it's just not economically feasible. So we've had to work through a third-party provider who will then take the traffic and convert it to TDM. Sorry, allergies. And then route it. And I think that's a short-term solution, but we don't see that as long-term. We think that the pricing will go up and be passed through them, and also just takes us further away from our customer. So those are my primary concerns that we're seeing.
Thanks, Bridget. And Matt?
All right, I'm going to cycle a little bit back to what Hanny was talking about. And I want to look at some notes here because I want to be very specific with some terminology. So like Hanny was saying, the vast majority of traffic, and when we're talking about this, we're talking about minutes of use. The vast majority of minutes of use have shifted to IP interconnects already. And there's two primary methods for that. One, what I'm just going to call a negotiated bidirectional interconnects for on-net traffic via VPNs or virtual private networks. So what do I mean about on-net? It's what Jody said. It's an agreement between two carriers to exchange their traffic and their traffic only. It's not to exchange stuff coming through an access tandem from some other carrier and making something that works for everybody. This is a one-on-one agreement, and that's the way these things are currently handled today. They're on-net traffic only. So the VPN's the big one, and that's used for really big carriers, big interconnects where we need the highway. I think that was mentioned earlier, where the highway is needed. It's not an issue of quality or anything like that. It's just an issue of volume. The second one is we learned from that experience, and we said, hey, there's other people that can't buy or can't justify that interconnect. So we need something more granular, something easier, and that's where the internet came into play. And we said, okay, same thing, one-on-one negotiated bidirectional interconnects for on-net traffic use, but now we're talking IPsec or TLS for the signaling over the public internet. So that's really the second option, and that's coming more into play now. That's where we're getting some more traffic. And so what you can see here is maybe the first one took 70% of the traffic, the next one's going to pick up another 20% of traffic, but we then end up with this tail-end problem. How do you get that last 10%, the last 20%, whatever it may be? We organically did this in the industry. This wasn't based on regulations. We skimmed off the top. We looked at the networks and we said that we can be more efficient here. We can use these private agreements and do these things. But now we need to get the rest. And that's where this really gets hard. So now that we're facing that problem, we really had to come up with a new idea as to how we make that happen and how we do it in a few years, not decades. So I'll come back to the end, and I'm going to go a little long here, sorry, but this is the main one I want to get through on. So you ask what are the problems we see specifically, and there's two big ones that we have right now. One, intercarrier compensation. It's incentives to keep TDM interconnects. There's people that do not want to move to IP interconnects simply because they can collect revenue on these TDM interconnects based on the current regulations. So that's number one. And that's both the per minute charge and the facilities charge, right? I mean, the DS3 that went up 5,000%, that is a huge cost in those situations. But some are incented to keep those TDM interconnects so they can continue to receive that revenue or that compensation. The second thing is some regulated services that are still an extra burden. And the one I'm going to highlight is equal access. So equal access is where, as a user of one network, you pick a primary interexchange carrier or PIC that then routes you to a particular long-distance carrier. Believe it or not, that still exists today. Your cell phone, maybe not, okay? You don't get to choose who your long-distance carrier is on your cell phone. But on a lot of the regulated old services, we still have that as a big problem. And also 10-1 kick dial-around services. So that would be the other thing. Those two things are things that the FCC could help us with to say, one, intercarrier compensation. You're already in the process. You're already pushing that forward. That's great because that is an incentive for some people to stay on TDM interconnects. And then the whole issue of equal access. It really just kind of needs to be gone. It's not required to be provided anymore, if I understand correctly, but it's grandfathered. So any existing lines we already have, we got to keep on honoring those. And why that's a problem is if I can take a whole block of numbers and just say, you know what, if I have an IP interconnect, I route it that way and I'm done with it. But as long as I still have to honor that long distance carrier PIC, then I got to send it somewhere else. And it's really hard to then, how do I siphon that traffic off and how do I make that happen? And yes, we can move all those customers from those regulated old services to new VoIP services, but that takes time and we can't just do that. We're not just allowed to slam them over from old service to new. We still have to honor those old services, so taking away some of that would also help as well. So there's some other nuanced things that maybe we could get into later, probably not gonna have time, so I'll skip through those. But this one-on-one negotiated interconnects is where it's really not viable to get to 100%, right? The way we're going right now with the VPN, with the IPsec connections on a one-on-one agreement, it's just not viable to get 1,500 plus carriers all directly interconnected. And it was mentioned earlier, that's 1 million interconnects if we were to do that. And that's just if you have one interconnect between each other. You probably have geographic reasons to have 2, 3, 4. You also have other reasons for redundancy. So you're talking millions upon millions. It's a spider web of interconnects that are required. And so when we looked at that problem and we said, we cannot get to the deadline that's proposed with the current model. We need something new. And that's why the industry kind of came up and said, we need this allies agreement, this agreementless IP interconnect using the internet. And that's what we proposed. And so if you haven't already looked at or don't know the details there, I would actually encourage you to go to the Branded Calling Summit 2026 webpage. And you can go there. It already happened, but they recorded it. But if you log in, it allows you to get the recorded sessions. And myself, Martin Dolly, Phil is in the room here. I forgot where he went. But, oh, you're straight in front of me. Good grief. That's what you get when you get old and you wear your glasses. All did this presentation. It explains what that is, how it would work. And we do think that's the way for the industry to kind of drive forward to get everybody interconnected directly, which then eliminates this hierarchy system that we've had traditionally. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So keying off of what you just said there, Bridget, how do you think the concerns that you expressed might be addressed by this agreementless interconnection over the internet what kinds of safeguards would need to be in place? Would we need to adopt certain technical standards, quality of service standards, prioritization requirements? And do you think that could overcome the issues that you're facing, that your customers are facing now?
Yes. But I think the key is it has to be guided by the FCC. I think we just want to make sure that the safeguards, the reliability, the security, the accuracy of the routing is maintained. And I don't know a lot about the Allied that you're referring to, but we all want to get to IP. I mean, what I'm saying is we're asking for that modernization, but I'm concerned that without oversight, we will look at being deprioritized. I mean, already, if you've ever tried to get a hold of a large ILEC, it's a challenge to be heard when there's issues. So I think it's just a matter of intentionally really making sure that no one is left behind, essentially. And there was a little bit of talk about the call completion issues earlier, and that it had to do with rates, and that's fine if that's what it was. But the point is that it was a choice by those large carriers to not complete calls to rural carriers. So my whole thing is let's put the technical standards in place. Let's make sure that this is seamless. Let's make sure that Joe can talk to his grandmother wherever she is, and not go backwards in making sure that all Americans can connect with each other. And that's what I'm afraid of. And what I've seen, to me, shows examples of that already starting to happen, even though the tandems are regulated currently. So my view is really just that carefully, systemically, making sure that all carriers, all grandparents are connected the way they need to be and not dropped. I have another peer that had a situation where their tandem connections were just dropped, and no grandmothers could call anybody because they were just connected and disconnected and forgotten about. And so those are the kind of things that we see on the streets of Southwest Green Bay, and that's just what I want to bring forward, is that we do it mindfully, purposefully, test it, and make sure that we're all doing this together.
Jody, have you seen some of the same issues or different issues?
So one of the issues, I guess, concerned about or curious a little bit, and it was mentioned on the previous panel as well, and I mentioned earlier, ultimately, voice quality over IP is dependent on the underlying transport mechanism. It needs consistent data. It's real-time communication. So it's different data than just going to view a web page. If there's delay in latency, it might not load as quick or whatever the case is, no big interruptions. Voice quality, you're gonna hear the delay, the breakup, the jitter, whatever the case is. And so going back to what I said earlier, really feel that needing a default framework with clearly outlined roles and responsibilities. Again, it doesn't need to be something heavy-handed, but it needs to be a default backstop. And I don't say that with a negative connotation, because it's really a starting point for negotiations. Because what I've also seen too is negotiations start, and they start, and they still start. But at what point is there's no backstop of a decision, so to speak, to work on? And so that's really one big underlying problem. But without those safeguards in place too, you need to know the reliability. And as I mentioned, over the internet, can it work? Yes. But when we engineer something, last panel touched on it a little bit too, diversity. Whether we're talking a regular phone call, calling a family member, whatever the case is, or it's an emergency call, those calls are important. But we don't design a network or an infrastructure for how it's working right at this moment under normal conditions. A default framework really has to take into account how are we going to replace the quality, not the protocol, not the technology, but how are we going to replace the quality and the universal service across the country to take advantages of the advancements and the flexibility that SIP and IP interconnection has to offer. One thing also to push, on the concern over the public internet, and again, I'm not saying it's not an option by any means, as a fail-safe or backup. Because, I mean, if we're all being honest, a private or dedicated connection isn't fail-safe either. Fiber cuts happen, unexpected things. In rural South Dakota, there's gophers. And I don't know how the heck they find those, because fiber optic cables aren't that big, but they find them. So that redundancy we talk about has to be taken into account, but we also have to be aware of the risks and uncertainty that can present itself when we look at that. On top of that, one issue, and I've experienced it personally, is when a call goes over the public internet, and I'll just give a random hypothetical, ideal conditions, there's no delay per se or congestion, whatever the case is, but who's responsible? And that's one of the underlying, from an operational standpoint or on the engineering side that I deal with frequently, we're having call quality. Okay, well, where's it going? Okay, it's going down this connection. You talk to that carrier, they can see it hop by hop. If that call's set out over the public internet and that's the only option or that's the default option, the public internet is just exactly what that is. It's publicly accessible networks that work together. But that path that path by design is dynamic. Well, in voice, that can cause some major issues too.
And Haney, it looked like you were trying to weigh in.
Yeah, I am, first of all, I don't want Bridget to pay the $46,000, okay? And we don't want Jason to go collocate in every one of the 200 datas out there. Definitely don't. And that's why the whole industry needs to move away from the TDM network and TDM framework. So I think we are on violent agreement here. I want to address a couple of things. First of all, the AT&T, when we started looking at internet, and we have carriers that are interconnected with us today over the internet. And when I say interconnected, means a session border controller or a VoIP core network connected to a VoIP core network with an interconnection. I'm not talking about drop or access to customers. I'm talking about interconnection. We started looking at that, and we were concerned about the quality of service and the performance. So we actually went and tested the performance of interconnection over the internet. And there are 2 expertise that we filed about this that has information about this, public information. You can go look at it. And we compared the performance of voice calls going over the public internet with voice calls that are going over the dedicated VPN connections that Matt talked about, that the highways are carrying the connection between wireless carriers. And believe it or not, it's comparable. Performance, latency, packet loss, and call drops and call blocked, all compared. This is public information. You can go look at it. So I understand there is a fear in the industry about this, but on the other hand, you need to understand that the bandwidth needed the U.S. made a very significant investment on internet and internet capacity. And the bandwidth needed for the remaining 10 or 15% of the voice that remains back on TDM is very small. And believe it or not, the internet is highly redundant, highly mesh connected today. Even more redundant and more resilient than the TDM network today. Okay? And we tested this ex parte. Some people said, oh, this is dedicated AT&T connection, both sides. Absolutely not. These interconnections happened over the internet, crossing peering points. So if you go look at the utilization of peering points across the country, they are not anywhere close to what you think they are. They are in the low 20s in terms of utilization under normal operations. Now you have an election day or you have a disaster somewhere in the world, that's a different story. But under normal operations, 360 days, probably a year, there is huge mesh of highways available over the internet that, and I'm not talking drop to the customers, I'm talking interconnection between carriers. And again, if any carrier is concerned about this, you do not have to use the internet model. The internet model is a quick default model for Bridget not to pay the $46,000 or Jason to collocate in every single ladder for the remaining percentage. And Bridget do not have to convert TDM voice to IP or IP voice to TDM. One important thing, and I'm sorry going long here, one important thing here, we all moved to an IP model, even smaller carriers. They take the traffic from the customer as IP. And they take this to a cloud-based soft switch providers. And we do not have to convert this back to TDM and go back to the tandem. We do not. And this is why we are proposing a model that can help all of us here.
All right, I want to say something.
Okay. So I want to just pick up on one thing Hanny said that maybe got a little lost in that little translation. The internet is resilient. TDM interconnect points is usually one, maybe two interconnects to the switch and maybe diverse fiber. But the gopher can bite it and somebody else can be on maintenance and all of a sudden you have an outage for days. Or private agreements, IP VPN interconnects, those are also limited. It's only the public internet that gives you self-healing resiliency that will avoid some of these major outages that can happen. It just takes care of itself because there's so many diverse paths that can help. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, and that's not wrong. I just want to clarify one point about my world, just to make sure we're not talking past each other. So we are a CLEC, and I probably represent many CLECs. And the colo facilities for us, they represent the physical central point where all the fiber in that community terminates. So I actually have to be co-located there and have to have a presence there because all the fiber capacity, like all the high bandwidth that goes to any enterprise, fiber to the home, wireless towers, all those things, it is there. I have to be there for those reasons. So I want to be in those, right? As the environment changed, right? You've got prior to the 96 Act, you had basically investment guaranteed returns. We built this entire environment of pole lines and COs. The CO is the centralized manifestation of the telecom network. I need to be there to have access. That is how people get high bandwidth. That is how people get high speed. That is how people get choices. That's my position. I can't have that taken away.
So absolutely, makes sense. And believe it or not, what drove this, and keep me honest here, what drove this is actually 251C6, okay? And if you have done this already, believe it or not, there are IP and internet connections in the CO that you are co-located in. Most of these COs have IP connectivity, regardless if you choose the internet or you choose VPN or you choose direct connections, it sits in the CO where you're co-located in. The point I'm trying to make is the new model does not have to drive you to co-location.
100%. I own the fiber in those COs.
Yeah.
It's my last mile to connect to everyone.
Absolutely.
We can get, I agree with you, from a TDM connection in the CO, we don't need it. I
Yeah.
agree. Completely agree. We need the presence in the CO.
So if you look very quickly on how the modern era architecture for VoIP, it is carrying the traffic from the customer over an IP connection, and most time internet, going to cloud-based soft switch providers, and those normally act as an aggregator for many providers. None of that touches co-location points. None of that require 251c6, none. So the new era VoIP that is carrying most of the traffic in the US, none of it require the 251c and the must co-location. Now, if you've done the co-location, believe it or not, IP connection sits right there. You can use it, you can leverage it, you can connect with any of the major carriers around the internet and around the country and their session controllers via this IP connection.
So something that's come up repeatedly is this idea of voice over the internet. And I guess I want us to zero in on what do we mean by that? Are we talking about over the internet with some sort of like technical standard scaffolding that ensures, prioritization, that ensures quality of service? What does this look like exactly from each of your perspectives?
I don't know, Matt.
You want me to jump in this time? Okay. So in my mind, you got to remember why this proposal came into place. We've had the experience of building VPN interconnects for really big, large volume things, justifiable. And by justifiable, I'm not just talking cost. Contact the person, negotiate the contract, make the technical agreements, get the circuits, pay for those circuits, make the interconnects, test, turn up. That is a lengthy process, very difficult. Using IPsec and doing what we call small carrier interconnect, because it's not the large volume, it's the smaller volume, that's over the internet because we're trying to say we recognize this is a tremendous burden if we're trying to do lots and lots of connections. And so that moves us naturally to the internet. Now, to take advantage of the internet, you can't go make new rules. The internet's not going to change for us. It's not going to magically say, oh yeah, I'm going to give prioritization to all your voice traffic. No, the internet is what it is. It's best effort. We acknowledge that. But it's huge. And we're not talking about access. We're talking about core network, interconnects between carriers. You're on the backbone of the internet at that point. And in many cases, it's your internet to the other internet providers at a tier 1 level. If not a tier 1 level, maybe tier 2. But you're in the core of the network. And if we've got problems with capacity, dropping packets and stuff like that in the core, then quite frankly, people need to spend more money and beef up that part of the network. So to me, the quality issue is a little misled because that kind of concept comes more from an access. If I'm in my home Wi-Fi, well, yeah, if you're watching 3 video streams in your home network, every room in the house, you got multiple kids, and then you try to make your voice call over that, yeah, you're going to have problems because you've exhausted your local capacity. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the core. And we've got lots of services that have run over this for years. This is not a new thing. We have wholesale carriers that are interconnected through the public internet. We got retail customers. We got interconnects, like Hammy explained, that between other carriers specifically for this reason. So it works. I mean, we can have a debate over quality and all that stuff as long as we want, but it is proven to work by those customers that are using it.
So I just want to, what we are talking about here, and this came up in the previous panel as well, lack of standards, this term. The connections that we have over the internet today is point-to-point connections between session borne controllers, and it's easy user in TLS. Some carriers go unencrypted. Sometimes they use TLS, sometimes they use IPsec. And there is an ATA standard for that. It's 1100. that recommends exactly how to do this. So there's no lack of standard for this simplistic model that is being used across this. There's no lack of standards on the standard is available, and it is existing. We are interconnected today using these models, one of these three models that is in 1,100.
Jody?
So going back to what I've mentioned previously too, you're only as good as your strongest weakness. Whether that's private line connection, dedicated public internet, but in essence, in its name, public, it does good for what it's used for. Can it route voice calls? It can. But where do the roles and responsibilities lie is the problem within the framework, the guiding structure, going back to, I think it was first question or maybe opening statement, learning from our past, not to carry that into the future. And you can't compare the public internet to a private line connection that has the ability for QoS monitoring, dedicated roles and responsibilities, a point of interconnection, that's identified so you know where one role starts, one role stops. Because at the end of the day, like I also mentioned earlier, you don't engineer something like this for best case scenario. It's for when a situation comes up or an issue arises. Well, what's the first thing from a troubleshooting perspective to try to correct the problem? You need to identify the problem and locate it. But what if you don't know who to call or where that call has gone through to get to the other end? So those are the problems. Today, with private connections, I know there's a contract. It could be an SLA, whatever the case is, but I know who to contact. Again, it's only as good as that underlying mechanism. To Matt's point too, I completely agree with you. From a contractor negotiation standpoint, one-on-one negotiations is not scalable at a high level. It is. I think anybody would be remiss to agree to that. And that's why with NTCA's model, I think is something very important to look at, and maybe a little biased, but if we look at in my opening remarks, when I mentioned might have a unique perspective, there's only 3 centralized access tandems in the country. We happen to be one of them. What's that centralized equal access tandem do? It aggregates traffic. We also have a fiber backbone, a regional fiber backbone. But what does that provide not only for our subtending LECs, but also additional carriers, one connection point to be able to reach many. And it makes a transition a lot easier. But we have to still have those rules of the road. We have to have a detailed framework that is enforceable for when situations do arise. Again, whether it's legislation or troubleshooting something, it's for the what ifs when they arise.
Sorry. Do you think that any of the points that have been raised would address your specific concerns, whether it's the best efforts over the internet or technical framework that we impose to ensure correct routing or multiple interconnection aggregation points? I would like to get your perspective from a small carrier.
I think a lot of these options can work. I mean, we we have, we successfully do this with our wireless traffic, right? Wireless to wireless. And there are, carrier hotels in Chicago and Minneapolis, and that works very well. And so something like that, I think replicated would work well. I think Hammy's talked about standards. I just want to make sure that those standards are enforced standards and not voluntary. Because I think when they're voluntary, you get a mishmash, and again, I use the word deprioritization. Smaller carriers get deprioritized. I don't know if it solves every problem while there still are copper landlines. I think it can't all quite transition as fast as we'd want it to. And so I think that's part of what, there was a little bit of cart before the horse here, I think, as far as, unis and copper lines and okay, that's fine, but the IP interconnect was a little bit disregarded, which is why we have this Wild West. So I think bottom line is I think we can make an IP situation work for sure, but we have to standardize that, and I just don't see voluntary decisions working.
So, insofar as the FCC's role in all of this, do you envision the commission, whether it be like the ATA standards or whatever it may be, specifying these things? Do we leave it to industry? To what extent do we play a role in encouraging the adoption of these various standards?
If I can take that, I agree with what everyone's termed as light touch, but I think if the FCC doesn't specify, when you look at rural call completion back in 2013, we'd already been dealing with that for years. It didn't get resolved until the FCC stepped in and said, you have to complete these calls to rural America. We said you have to, and you do have to, until about 2017. So, I would look to that one to say, I think someone talked about learning from things that have happened in the past. We had to bang on a lot of drums to even bring that to people's attention in 2013. And again, it took, 4 years? So I think the FCC has to have a hand in specifying standards and what we will do and we need to do it. We have to do it.
Are there steps that the commission could take to encourage IP interconnection at this point?
Sorry. One of the things that, the example that we look to is the POIs that were created for EZINet and G911. To me, there's a framework there. I don't know that solves all the issues, but for us, that would certainly be doable. And I think it's a platform that is ready to be taken to another step with tandems.
Matt?
Yeah, so the way I view it, the two issues I mentioned before, inter-carrier compensation, bringing that down so there's no longer incentive to not move to IP, and equal access, making it easier for something that already exists to also move over to that. But beyond that, I think the key thing is let the industry work on this. The Allies agreement is already in the ATAS SIP Forum, IPNNI Task Force Working Group. We're trying to move that forward. And that's really a change in the mindset because it's taking that view of, we went and did a one-on-one agreement. Sorry, rest of you, you don't get to be a part of that. We didn't help you, we helped ourselves. We skimmed off the top. And then I came to you and did the same thing. But what we really need to get to now is the TDM access tandem world is the default today. IP is skimming off the top. We need to get to a point where both are 100% covered. Nobody's missing a call, nobody can't be interconnected, but both have to happen, and then TDM can start turning down. So we need to get that transition of TDM's the backstop right now. Eventually it needs to go away because it is decaying. And I don't think anybody's going to argue that. The vendor support's going away, all the infrastructure going away. It's extremely costly to maintain all those TDM interconnects, but we need to get that transition. And so the FCC helps by taking away some of those things that are burdens today, let the industry move through the standards process to try to get this new concept that allows more focus on direct interconnectivity between everybody as an option.
Speaking about taking FCC requirements away, and this is more for Jason. You expressed concern about elimination of the co-location obligation. Do you think that if that obligation were to be taken away, that would lead to providers such as yourself being kicked out of these central offices? Do you think the central offices would be decommissioned?
I think there's a lot of risk, and I think we've conflated core with access. You hear like Matt and Hanny talk about core. This is a IP transition is a core item. We've conflated and put access in it, which is the co-location piece. Matt, you're right. If you move to a core, the TDM interconnects and the colos go away anyways. So we don't need to try to remove 251C6 because it's an access-related item. And Bridget, your experience with like TDM pricing going up from $200 to $300 a month to $50,000 or $60,000 a month for T1s or even DS3s, anything like that. If you take the obligation away, we've seen it with TDM circuits, what that could exactly happen in the colos as well. And that would effectively either push all your CLECs out of the colos due to cost, or they could get shut down. There'd be no access to the last mile fiber, right? IP starts at fiber. That fiber is in either a tower or in someone's business or home. If you remove that co-location, you'll remove much of the fiber that America uses to connect to the internet. Again, we've got to take the access piece out of this completely to maintain the services that we're all used to and accustomed to. I think generally I'm kind of hearing the same thing.
Amy?
So 251C6 was done for the purpose of voice connectivity. It was not done to bring in traffic. And Jason, I'm just brainstorming here. It was done for the purpose of voice connectivity to the tandem. It was not done for the purpose of bringing in customer access on fiber to a co-location space.
And we're aligned because I think over time, CLECs eventually do not need the TDM interconnect.
So the main purpose that it was done for is not there anymore. You do not need this for VoIP. You do not. If you do not, you just can IP interconnect. If you do not trust the internet, you can be IP interconnect. You do not have to be co-located from wherever you are. You can IP interconnect to other carriers without going to a colo space. And most of the time, it is not LATA bound. It is in a carrier hotel, as Bridget said. So 251C, the main purpose it was created for does not make sense for VoIP connectivity anymore. That is the topic of this discussion. Access is a different story. And bringing traffic from customers to a co-location space, that's a different story, right? One other thing I just want to say, you asked the previous question and Matt rightly responded that the FCC actually might have an essential role on the IP interconnection moving forward. The ally model that the industry is working on actually requires maintaining certificate model for access. So if you have agreementless access, you want to access Verizon or you access AT&T or Comcast, you need a certificate. You need to be identified from a security perspective. And who's going to maintain this certificate model? Something very similar to what was done for Star Shaken. So the FCC might play an important role in coordinating this certificate authorization model moving forward. And this is what will help bring in or take out the rest 10 or 15% from the TDM network into IP, and we just, all of us, Bridget does not have to pay the 46,000. You don't have to be collocated in every LATA. You have to be interconnected to a tandem, which has been obsolete for the past 20 years. You don't have to do all of that. And we save ourselves the hassle of dealing with the TDM network year after year after year.
We're just about running out of time. I know Jody and Bridget, you both want to say something. We do need to keep it a little bit quick because everyone's going to have to get back through security to get to come back for the afternoon panels. So if we keep it really fast.
Will do. So I think, again, I agree with what Matt said last time, but I think it also proves the point that we need a default framework to operate within. We can't just have, say, a wild, wild west. We cannot replicate or bring forward issues we've had in the past. Otherwise, we don't need any rules or regulations. They wouldn't exist. Not, again, I said this earlier, we don't need a heavy-handed, but we do need something that is clearly defined, but that still allows flexibility because there are a lot of situations out there to do a one-off, to whatever the case is, that default framework, we can do something better than that. And that's the whole intent to it. It's to encourage that, but without a default framework, it raises questions. Where does responsibility start? Where does responsibility lie? And that's one of the big issues with others out there with conversion to IP is because they don't want to be on the wrong side of anything, but there just needs to be some clarity behind that.
And I just want to respond to Hammy as well, that I think that between your vision and where we are now is my concern. And I know you don't want me to pay $46,000 a month for one circuit, and you may or may not be charging me that now from your company. But I don't have any other options. I need to get this traffic switched. So.
Sorry, we do have to stop there because we're a little after 12 now. So I would like to thank all of you for joining us here today. We're now going to have about a 90-minute lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1:30 for our next panel, Public Safety Considerations in Transitioning to IP Interconnection. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, thank you everybody for joining for the afternoon session. And I hope everyone had a great lunch. Our session this afternoon will have two panels focused on public safety and consumer protection. Our first afternoon panel, we will have a discussion of public safety considerations in transitioning to IP interconnection. And that panel will be moderated by our colleagues in the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Rachel Waxman, Deputy Chief of the Policy and Licensing Division, and Allison Venable, an Attorney Advisor in the same division. Rachel and Allison, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see you back from lunch. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Rachel Waxman. I'm the Deputy Division Chief in the Policy and Licensing Division in Public Safety. I will be co-moderating today alongside Allison Venable, who is an Attorney Advisor, also in PLD. I would like to thank WCB for hosting today's workshop to discuss approaches to accelerate the transition from legacy networks to modern IP-based networks. During today's panel discussion, we will examine the IP transition from a public safety lens, and we will particularly focus on how the transition to IP interconnection can impact 911 networks. We will discuss the key challenges for 911 in the IP transition, and evaluate solutions that will safeguard 911 continuity. We are hopeful that our discussion today can bring together perspectives from across communication sectors and the public safety community to identify practical solutions to help ensure the transition to IP networks not only modernizes our communication systems, but also strengthens the emergency service that the public relies on. I want to thank all of our panelists for joining the conversation today to help think about solutions to help protect 911. It is really important to include, all of these folks, including 911 authorities, in the discussion of the transition to IP. To kick us off today, I'll go ahead and turn things over to Allison.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you everyone for joining us. As Rachel said, we have a great lineup of panelists this afternoon representing the full spectrum of public safety communications. And so I'll briefly introduce everyone. Their full bios are also attached to the meeting agendas. So first, we have Greg Rogers, Head of Global Public Policy for Bandwidth. Greg leads Bandwidth's industry engagement on public policy matters. Next, we have Lance Terry, the State 911 Coordinator for Oklahoma and the President of the National Association of State 911 Administrators. Lance has spent 37 years dedicated to public safety and emergency communications. Over the last 9 years in his state leadership role, he has driven critical advancements in Oklahoma's 911 operations and infrastructure. We have April Heinze, Vice President of 911 Operations and Standards for NENA, the 911 Association. April provides strategic leadership for NENA's 911 operational initiatives and directs the standards development team in support of the NENA development group. Next, we have Jerry Wilkie. Jerry is the Director of Sales Engineering for Entrado. Jerry has 35 years of experience in all facets of telecommunications operations. He manages an enterprise and carrier services 911 sales engineering team for Entrado. And finally, we have Rob Morse, Associate General Counsel of Verizon's Federal Regulatory Affairs. His practice areas include FCC and related state public safety, regulatory, and compliance matters, including 911, network reliability, and emergency alerting, as well as numbering policies. So, thank you all for joining us. And with that, let's dive right into our questions for today. So to kick things off and level set today's discussion, could each of you please describe your organization or your member's role in the 911 ecosystem, and particularly the migration toward NG 911? Greg, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Thank you, Allison. And thanks for having me. And it's nice to be up here with all of the others to talk about these issues. I would introduce Bandwidth at the outset as one of the last remaining nationwide CLECs that we operate as part of our wholesale IP-based network and services that, generally speaking, support, I would say, CPaaS, UCaaS, VoIP services to resellers. That's predominantly what we do. But along with that, we also utilize our nationwide CLEC interconnected network to support 911 calling through selective routers. We're an aggregator for, again, historically voice over IP providers, but we now have a large majority of our traffic is wireless in nature. And we are very much at kind of the forefront of trying to navigate the transition away from TDM, selective router, CLEC interconnection, into next-gen aggregator IP and ultimately I3 traffic delivery.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to be here. As mentioned, I wear two different hats. The first, I'm the State 911 Coordinator for the state of Oklahoma, coordinating efforts across 124 different PSAPs, technology, training, and moving us towards NG 911. So that's obviously my primary mission. That's the job that pays my bills. The second is I'm the president of the National Association of State 911 Administrators. And we have our goal is to make sure that we're coordinating with all the various different state 911 administrators across the entire country and the islands. And so we are represented by all the states now. So all of the states are now part of NASNA. We just brought on Mississippi, which is great, with their new coordinator. And we have 2 different workshops a year where we meet and discuss various different implementations and things that are going on in each state. And then we talk about critical things like interoperability, funding, and we bring the FCC in and various different people. So it's a very good, strong group that continues to help lead the march across the country.
It helps if I turn on my mic. Sorry, guys. I represent NENA, the National Emergency Number Association. We represent over 26,000 public and private sector members across many different areas. One of the things that we do at NENA is we are an ANSI accredited standards body for emergency communications. NENA's pillars include standards and best practices, government advocacy, and education. We are solely focused on 911 operations, technology, education, and policy. NENA has a team of over about 1,000 volunteers that are dedicated to our technology and operational standards for both 911 and NG 911. And we support PSAPs and 911 authorities through modernization, procurement, and operational transitions.
Jerry?
Thank you all for inviting me here. I'm Jerry Wilkie from Entrado. Been in Entrado 14 years. I sit on the OSP facing side of Entrado. Entrado is a 911 management company only. We supply services to OSPs on the wireline, wireless, VoIP, telematics, satellite communication space. And we also build and provide services around ESI nets and call taking equipment both on premise and in the cloud. So we're an end-to-end 911 services provider as a company. Thank you.
And Rob?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. Verizon is sort of taking the 911 call end-to-end. Verizon is an originating service provider as a nationwide wireless provider, nationwide VoIP provider, and to a large extent now, a nationwide legacy wireline provider after the Frontier acquisition. We are also a legacy wireline 911 provider in two states in the Northeast Mid-Atlantic, and in a number of our new Frontier markets as well. And lastly, and to some extent, interestingly for this panel, we are also an underlying transport provider for a number of variety of originating service providers and covered 911 service providers as well. What we're not, but other wireline providers is a next generation communication service provider, or I'll just use the term NG 911 vendor to keep it kind of simple, that provides NG 911 services directly to 911 authorities. But we do have a lot of experience in supporting those transitions from our legacy wireline business to those third parties. So yeah, there's a lot going on in that world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we've already heard NG 911 come up more than once, but it's important to understand the complexities of 911 infrastructure, both at the legacy level as well as how that is changing as we're moving to the NG 911 environment. So let's begin the discussion for how to safeguard 911 services during the overall transition to IP. So like communications networks generally, dedicated 911 networks are evolving from TDM to IP, and that's called next generation or NG 911. The progress towards NG 911 has not been evenly distributed across the United States. And I'll go ahead and start with Lance. So what is the current status and progress of the NG 911 transition? And what are the main barriers for 911 authorities that want to start the transition to an all IP NG 911 system?
Yeah, so you're going to hear this quite a bit. We have the have and the have-nots. And it was when we were looking at doing some cost estimates, and I'll talk about those in a minute, from NASNA with our white paper we put out earlier this year, There's definitely a disparity between the two different groups. There's a lot of great things going on with Next Generation 911 across the country. But again, those are the haves. And we were talking right before the panel about, why is that? And some of that has to do with the way that originally 911 was set up in these different states. Some took a perspective of letting all the locals just handle it themselves. It's a local issue. Some states took it on as it's a state issue. And those that set it up as a statewide governance structure early on, I think you see those moving a lot faster to NG 911 because they have those governance structures in place. But there is a lot of great work going on. As it relates to the transition, when we polled our states, when NASDA polled our states, 40% of the respondents came back and said they do not have adequate funding to move NG 911 forward over the next 5 years. That's pretty significant. So when we're talking about that, about issues and problems as we move NG 911 forward, that's got to be at the forefront of everybody's minds when we move it forward. Another thing to consider is 4 or 5 years ago, we had a $15 billion estimate to roll out Next Generation 911 across the country. And this year, there's been two different studies that came out, anywhere from $4.5 billion to $9.2 billion. And that's a 5-year difference between those studies. So as we push forward, how long is it going to take to get us to fully NG 911 compliance? And we'll talk more about that through this panel. But I just want to stress that there's a lot of great work going on with states, but we do have the have and the have-nots, and how do we, that disparity between those two, how do we close that gap is definitely something we need to continue to talk about.
From Nina's perspective?
Yeah, actually, one of the things I want to talk about, I just want to touch on, is that actually NASNA has a really good heat map as far as where the transition is going. If you go to nasna.org, you can look at that heat map, and it gives you a pretty good idea of where we're at across the country. What Nina is seeing is there is a progress it is accelerating. Progress is accelerating, but it's uneven, and many states have ESI nets, but very few actually have fully been able to retire their legacy selective routers. Or achieve any type of full end state NG 911. Nina's filing underscores the reality that much of 911 still depends on TDM services. And as far as key barriers are concerned, I've got a handful of key barriers that I really want to talk about, one of which is financial pressures and monopoly pricing. We heard about this a little bit earlier on in the panel earlier, but some incumbent providers are drastically increasing prices. And those prices, like one specifically on record that I want to point out in one case is in Boise, Idaho. The cost went up by 200,000%, going from about $17 a month to over $32,000 a month for some of these legacy TDM circuits. Additionally, NG 911 deployments often eliminate previous reimbursement models for competitive carriers, forcing them to pay monopoly rates for essential public safety circuits, and that's a really big problem. There's other types of vulnerabilities, operational vulnerabilities in hybrid networks. And I think that managing 911 traffic on both legacy and IP networks simultaneously during this transition increases some of the risks when it comes to 911 outages and system vulnerabilities. And I know that Jerry and I were talking about this earlier. And then lastly, I want to talk about even in fully capable networks, traffic often converts to TDM and has to traverse older infrastructure, causing that TDM in the middle issue, which degrades service quality and reliability.
Thank you. So we've heard a little bit about where our country is in terms of the transition to Next Generation 911 and IP networks on the 911 side. I want to turn it over to Jerry next. So where do you think the NG 911 transition will be at the Commission's proposed deadline of December 31st, 2028 to forbear from the TDM interconnection obligations? And how do you think forbearance could impact NG 911? So I ask you because Intrado is often working as a CSP.
Yeah, thanks. Right now, where we are, we're at about 3,610 PSAPs are IP connected today to our network. Doesn't mean everybody has that connectivity to saying where Entrado is right now, but that means there's still thousands of PSAPs that are not connected today. And that's where the problem in lies that Lance talked about. There's the haves and the have-nots. The haves have it and have had it for a while, and the have-nots have nothing right now. And then they're sitting out there, and then the cost of the circuits are going up, and they have nowhere to go. They have no IP network to go to, nor do we, which we would prefer to go to IP if we can, because of what April said about the reliability has gotten much better when you see the IP statistics on our network and outages that we have to report to the commission in our NORS reports. They go down as we move to IP. And when you can get that TDM out of the middle, that helps us too on our reliability, and it creates so much more problems on troubleshooting and trying to figure out what happened. And to get it all out of the middle of that would be great. So what I think is going to happen by 2028 is there's going to be a lot of have-nots left. There are probably going to be U.S. territories, maybe tribal areas, maybe the state of Alaska is going to be a problem spot, I believe. And those are the areas that you could focus on. I was telling one of you, I don't remember which one of you I was telling you, I just this morning had our GIS department do a map on our connectivity right now, showing where we have where we have TDM only in the U.S. by PSAP and where we have IP. And I found it fascinating to see it on an actual U.S. map to show. A client asked me for it, and one of our OSP clients, and I thought this is pretty interesting to see it this way graphically. You can kind of see the regions of the country where it's lacking right now. A lot of it's out west, and Alaska is one of them. But then you look at state of Hawaii, been an ESINet on an ESI net for years. So it's not everywhere that's been a problem. It's isolated to places like Lance said, where you have states that set up 911 control early on and took that control and worked as a collaborative team to create, like Hawaii and other states that have done that. And then there are states that have done nothing. And that's a problem. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and pass it over to Allison.
So I think in addition to this have and have-nots discussion, one thing that April, you mentioned is that even in places that have transitioned, there could still be reliance on TDM, even if the PSAP, say, has transitioned to NG911. And so one thing I think would be really helpful for everyone to dive into is this role that the transition can play in both a legacy and NG911 environment. And so, Greg, maybe you can set the stage for us here. Right now, where does TDM still remain in the 911 call flow? And from originating service providers to both legacy and NG911 jurisdictions, and how dependent are carriers and PSAPs on these legacy transport paths?
Thank you. One thing that struck me about Jerry's comments, and certainly April's too, that I think is worth following up, and Lance's, the have and have-nots comment and putting it up against what we heard in the first two panels and recognizing that what we're talking about is rural call completion. Fundamentally, those are the have and have-nots. And so I think, one of the things that got us going in the first place with tying together TDM interconnection as a CLEC, TDM delivery through selective routers, were the proceedings that the commission had on outage reporting. And at the time, they were ramping up PSAP outage reporting. We thought that NINA could help us figure out how to go about doing that in a sort of centralized way. It's really hard for OSPs to do it themselves. They use aggregators like ourselves. They don't know when we're having an outage. We don't know if they're having an outage. That whole sort of thing kicked off an analysis of ours to figure out what's happening with outages. And the answer has been outages, and I think Jerry just said it, in the TDM selective router context have been going up. They're much more common to occur now for the reasons that we've been talking about, we talked about this morning. And I think that will continue to be the case as costs skyrocket. We certainly are looking at, our business cases in these smaller markets don't make sense. And so we're being confronted with that challenge of, we have 31 million 911 endpoints across the country, but when you drill down into specific markets and you look at the costs that we're incurring, you can't make sense of it. Yet those customers of ours across the board, expect us to have that coverage. And again, the sort of coverage map, we're doing similar things. Where are we connected to next-gen? Where are we relying upon selective router connectivity? But the current state is the vast majority of our traffic is flowing through selective routers and not through next-gen solutions. And so, some people are further ahead. Massachusetts is one of those places that's been way out in front. We're having our own challenges there with the fact that they are so far out in front. Others are just coming online. And we're working to, meet the Declaration of Readiness timelines. What we're finding so often, though, is that when they declare their readiness and people show up to connect, immediately, I would say the ESINet provider in the states and the PSAPs sort of are confronted with the complexities of the new ecosystem, right? It's an entirely new set of players to figure out who fits where, what is your role, who are you acting on behalf of? Are you an OSP? Are you an aggregator? Are you the connectivity to the PSAP? And so the Declaration of Readiness so often is way premature, which then means that drags on much longer than people sort of thought it would, and the dependency on the selective router remains. And that I think is a reality that is going to exist for a number of years. And so the cost of maintaining connectivity to selective router, needing local interconnection, is going to be there. And so as much as people want to try to move their voice services into all IP exchange scenarios, you have to maintain the selective router connectivity. And so, I think people really have to sort of understand that that's true and figure that out while costs are going through the roof.
I see Lance and April are both chomping at the bit. So Lance, why don't we start with you and then go for it?
I am muted first, April. So taking a little bit different perspective as it relates to how this affects 911, you got the ingress into 911, then you got it goes out. So when you look in, how we define it in Oklahoma is, citizen to 911, 911 to responder, and that kind of thing, you have to take that into consideration. So some of those things that we're dealing with right now is the call handling equipment that we're using today. It's necessary for that call handling equipment to actually hear a dial tone before it can transfer a 911 call out using a 10-digit number or something like that. And what we found in Oklahoma is that if you cut that over to wireless doesn't give you that dial tone, the system doesn't recognize it, and it doesn't dial out. If it's a voice over IP and there's some type of work going on within those voice over IP lines and it doesn't give dial tone, then it's not going out. So we're actually having to monitor dial tone on outgoing lines from our 911 equipment to make sure it's still there and remains there. And it's little things like that. Then you look at alerts and warnings. So we get 911 calls coming in. How do we notify the public? How do we get that information out? So, sirens, radio console connections. So a radio console may have a wireline connection to the repeater. Well, why is that important? Well, it's important because I hear when officers walk over themselves or something like that. So I broadcast this big call out, and I've got all these people going. I've got to coordinate to make sure we get a response to that 911 call. So those are all factors and things that take place. And the cost to convert that connection to IP, right now it's very little. But the extra equipment and all of that, plus the additional cost to get it there, the cost goes up quite a bit. And the have-nots, which is the rural, which is not supported by population, which is the biggest issue we have. There's not enough money in those areas to get this stuff done. There's not enough reason for telephone companies to build out strong fiber networks in rural parts of America. Those become huge factors when it comes to rolling this stuff out. So.
And then I'm just going to add that last statement that he said, that last mile fiber. A lot of our NG deployments today, we actually still use TDM in our backup paths. And there's also that last mile fiber. Sometimes it is nothing but more than a TDM circuit because we just don't have that built out. And that is really important. One of the really important reasons why we need extra funding to deploy next generation 911, to be able to fill those gaps.
Rob, are you looking to say something as well?
I'm rarely a glass half full person, but just to maybe just sort of step back a little bit and sort of get back to the question of the sort of where are we likely to be by the the proposed December 31, 28 timeframe. I think I don't disagree with really anybody here that there are going to be TDM dependencies for some period of time where the PSAP and its 911 vendor haven't changed, are still in TDM. There has to be a TDM connection somewhere, even for those in IP. But you think the Commission's NG 911 rules have been in effect for barely a year now. We are just on the Verizon side, and this is not a subset of the number of IP connections Intrado has set up, but we are working through at various stages phase one requests for over 2,600 markets covering over 2,600 PSAPs. A lot of, particularly on the wireless side, a lot of phase one is up and running. We expect phase one for wireline. In some wireline markets, especially on the frontier side, it has started, and we expect it to be starting in earnest for the Verizon wireline business imminently, if it hasn't started already. And so there has been, even just in the last year of the first year of the NG 911 rules, some significant progress, and we don't see that slowing down. The more 911 authorities are stepping up, more states are stepping in. But yeah, they're not to sort of diminish the challenges, which are going to be very real in a lot of markets. There is progress being made, and so we'd caution against any sort of assumption that there's sort of a binary choice as between the TDM sunset and NG 911 implementation.
Lance, go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Rob, for backing us up to that second question. As it relates, because I've got some statistics I think is important that we gathered from our states. When we did our study and we started looking at what's NG 911 going to cost, we asked specifically, when would your state be asking for phase one IP transition? And 21% of the states either were unknown or after 2029 for phase one. 34% of those states that reported back for phase two was going to be, there's 34% that was either unknown or after 2029. So when you think about 2028 being the deadline, and you got a 21% for phase one and 34% for phase two, I think that paints a pretty clear picture on where the states are kind of at as they move forward towards that 2028 deadline.
Thank you, Lance. I think as we've heard throughout our panel and earlier ones today, there are a lot of different arrangements for how not just the IP transition, but specifically IP interconnection can occur. And so, maybe Jerry and Rob, you can split this one, but can you kind of just explore how, for originating service providers, what types of arrangements are needed to connect to selective routers, and for covered service providers, what frameworks, whether interconnection agreements or BDS arrangements, are necessary to get connection to the PSAPs, just to sort of kind of bring 911 more into the context of that overall conversation that we kind of heard earlier this morning as well.
Well, you're right. interconnection agreements have always been, even in my wireless days, something we had to do to get access to selective routers, and they continue to be important for now. It's the transition to the new infrastructure. It just depends on, I think, the entity in the state you're dealing with. So we're seeing different contractual arrangements based on jurisdiction or area that we're going into. I think the problem for us as an aggregator of 911 traffic, almost the same as what Greg's company at Bandwidth does, is you have to have a path forward for IP, connectivity available for us to get to, and if we don't, we're kind of stuck on the TDM with the interconnection agreement we already have as an aggregator of that traffic, or an OSP is in the same role. They're stuck on a selective router connection that they've had for years and years and years. Now they don't have a path forward. They have no IP interconnection or no ESINet available for them to move to until there is one funded and in place. They're kind of stuck, some of these OSPs, and especially look at rural LECs in some of their smaller areas. They're really stuck because they may have no path forward until somebody builds something for them or puts fiber in for that network as an ESINet provider in the state.
On the OSP side of things, traditionally, you go back in time, what's needed is basically a dedicated, diverse connections between, whether it's a wireless MSC, again, another dated term, a wireless network, or an end office, or excuse me, or in the VoIP case, a server of some sort of diverse direct connection to the point of interconnection, which traditional, or demarcation point, which in a traditional world in a legacy world is the input to the selective router. In the NG911 world, it's typically a gateway facility of some sort. But today there are other methods involved. There's direct IP connectivity in areas that have started to migrate to NG911. There are a lot more sort of third-party aggregator arrangements that support the multiple kinds of connections that are needed. So I think at some level the solutions or alternatives that are out there have evolved with the marketplace to a large extent.
Thank you, Rob. Lance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so one thing that was brought up to me actually this morning on another call was that some of the providers that are out there, specifically in rural America, that have fiber networks are hesitant to sign SLAs to provide public safety grade level of service. They provide commercial level of service, but they're kind of fearful of those SLAs. So one thing that I think we have to do and look at is how can we support public safety, get the right SLAs in place, and complete the mission, but also answer these questions for these smaller mom and pops that are out there that have fiber networks in the ground, but are fearful of some type of punishment or something that happens to them.
Thank you, Lance. I think this is a really helpful background to sort of bring 911, to the forefront of this conversation of how to decommission TDM without risking this access to emergency services. So I think we're going to slide a little bit into discussing some of the challenges and dependencies related to decommissioning TDM. And for that, I will switch back to Rachel for the next question.
Sure. Thanks, Allison. So one of the things that was raised in the record, and we've talked a little bit about already today, is the availability of IP alternatives in order to reach 911 infrastructure. So, and the timing of TDM decommissioning is obviously an issue related to that as well. So this is a question for Jerry. We heard a lot of talk about reliability and resiliency kind of in some of today's earlier panels. What are the options that are available for IP connectivity to 911 infrastructure when TDM facilities go away? And I'm especially interested in kind of how the public internet connectivity may address, reliability concerns for 911 or not. I did, sorry, Jerry. Yeah.
The public internet, oh boy. I'm glad you brought up SLAs because I think that's a thing we have to discuss if you're going to talk about running traffic across the public internet is how are you going to engineer and do that? A lot of the connectivity that we prefer right now are network-to-network connections or NNI circuits into an EZInet, which are private Ethernet or some type of MPLS or some other type of circuit going in that has service level agreements on them from the service provider that we buy them from. We're not a company that wants to rely on going, virtual private network or straight over the internet for a bunch of reasons. You don't get the SLAs, or we worry about the reliability. Any latency issues could come up, and how do you fix them? You're going over the internet now. You have no way to go to your circuit provider because you don't have one, and you also have to worry about security. So those are some of the things you have to think about when you're going through this transition: is security, latency, reliability are important for 911, and that's something when I'm at the table talking to our customers, OSP customers, I get asked that all the time. How are we connecting into you? How are you connecting into the 911 network? They want to know how this is done.
Does anyone else have anything that they would like? Greg, yes?
I think that was one of the things that struck me in the earlier panels as people talked about resiliency and reliability, but nobody necessarily teed up the issues in the context of 911. And I think, Jerry, one of the things that you were saying, but I'll say a little bit more clearly, we're talking about emergency situations, right? And so the idea that, you can sort of brush off quality of service or brush off the reliability in a voice world, if that's, a rural end user and that's all they can really expect, that's not the same situation in a 911 call. And so, I think for us, we're in both places for bandwidth, and we've always been interested in getting to all IP, interconnectivity, interoperability. We're an IP-based network and service provider. That's been our interest all along. But there has to be a transition in a way that makes sense. And we heard in the earlier panels too that sort of giving people this idea that you're going to forbear from the current rules. We're already seeing evidence, sort of preview, right? I think Bridget was the one who used the canary in the coal mine analogy. If it's a Wild West, we're hearing all these things, and then you put that in the context of 911 calling, and you've got real big problems for consumers, right? Again, not to lose sight of the consumer who wants to make a 911 call and expect it to be answered and have emergency responders respond, right? And I think those things are super important to always remind ourselves of in this kind of a discussion.
Thank you. I want to give anyone else the opportunity to respond if you'd like. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next question. There are many different ways that folks have raised in the record to address some of these challenges specific to 911. Some of them are about improving communication and coordination between different entities that are involved in the 911 process. So for all of our panelists, let's talk about how effective communication and good faith negotiation can be leveraged to help facilitate this transition. So what for 911 would meaningfully improve some of the transitions away from TDM interconnection toward IP interconnection at designated NG911 delivery points? And what additional communication or coordination may be needed for PSAPs that have not begun the transition to NG911? So I'll throw that out to the group for anyone who would like to respond. Lance?
I'll take a high-level, I'll give you a high-level answer to that. You have to communicate early and often. It's as simple as that. I believe that, some of the downfalls that we've had on our side trying to deploy NG911 is we don't necessarily communicate with our telephone providers in our states, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're going to do this, let's go. And in Oklahoma, we've been, I speak at all three of our telephone conferences every year, and they call me ahead of time, and they can't wait to hear from me, and which is odd sometimes coming from me, but the realistic thing is you have to communicate early and often. Relying on rules and laws and the big iron fist to get anything done doesn't work. I mean, it works, but it prolongs things. And I firmly believe that we have to communicate with our telephone providers. We have to have them understand where we're at in each state early and often, and get them prepared to understand what does phase 1 and phase 2 mean. They're getting a different perspective on their side of it and what their legal opinions are being told. Well, what's that mean to us? What's it mean for the citizen that needs to call 911? What's it mean? And I actually said this at one of these conferences. It was in Missouri, actually. It was a multi-state. And I told some of those small mom and pop companies, if you stay analog, you will die on the vine, and you've got to move forward. So please understand this has got to move forward, and we've got to continue to communicate and work together. And so, again, that's a high-level view of my perspective on this. I know you probably want to get in the weeds a little bit more on what the FCC can do to do that, but my challenge to the telephone industry and my challenge to my peers at the state and even the regional level is start the conversation, keep the conversation, at least talk on a twice-a-year basis, where are we at, where are we going, and what do we need?
April?
So I want to add to that. Yes, communicate early and often, but it's important that it's joint planning as well, right? So there has to be joint planning sessions between carriers and 911 authorities. I think it's going to be important that we extend notice periods to between 12 and 24 months. Clear documentation of IP interconnected requirements are also going to be important. Coordination for jurisdictions needing IP to TDM conversions. Coordination is absolutely key, right? That's so important. And then there's got to be mandatory testing before, during, and after transition. Whether it's routing, location, callback, failover, outage notifications, and even restoration procedures. That's absolutely key.
Rob? Yeah.
One of the challenges that we're all facing here is that 911 call paths have been cobbled together lots of different ways across lots of jurisdictions. They've been cobbled together by originating service providers, legacy wireline 911 providers, the new competitive 911 providers like Intrado for decades now, and using combinations of interconnection agreements, tariffed offerings, special access tariffed offerings, and lots of less regulated sources like product guides, VoIP circuits, and more recently in the last few years, third-party aggregation options. So what looks like a plain vanilla DS3 circuit to the provider offering it might be a 911 carrying T1 to the provider who relies on it. And similarly, in a similar vein, what looks like a plain vanilla T1 purchased directly off of a wireline tariff might have been cobbled together to support a covered service provider's 911 call path offered directly to a PSAP. Generally, we've been able to work through those issues as they've arisen. Not without some tension, but that's going to be inevitable. But we've generally been able to work through those. If you look at the the general framework that the Commission adopted in the 214 forbearance context, which is a minimum 90-day prior notice, direct points of contact, responsible, diligent points of contact, and significant information in terms of the specific facility involved, the geographic area involved, getting that process. That notice process started so that these facilities, so that the 911 carrying paths can be smoked out at the outset is going to be really important. And from our perspective, having a target date of December 31, 2028 as the target date here, at some level, creates the right incentives for all stakeholders end to end to start looking at that seriously rather than sort of kicking the can down the road, because as Lance said, it's not, at a certain point, it's not going to be sustainable no matter, no matter where the state of the market is. So that's sort of how we're thinking about how it all works.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks. I was listening to Rob's comments and nodding my head a lot early on until right at the end. And I think his description of cobbling together, you might call it a patchwork quilt, like there are lots of different architectures and arrangements out there to, establish call delivery. And that's true in the 911 context. It's true in the voice context too, less so, right? Less so. I think one of the things that people commented on in the voice context is that it's absolutely true for bandwidth, that 95 plus of our traffic is a direct traffic exchange. And we retain C-like interconnection really purely for numbering rules and having numbers work in rural areas. And we are seeing call failure situations like people talked about in rural areas, just calls, with that remaining, call it 5% of our traffic. But, in the 911 context, when you have these scenarios playing themselves out where you can't make a business case to retain your connectivity, looking at what your alternatives are, very often you're being forced to look to your competitor to offer up a solution if they're there. Oftentimes there's nobody there. There isn't nobody left. And so, you either bear the cost, and if you're going to raise money, that's where the money's going to go. It's going to go right into the ILEC pocket. While the selective router situation remains, and that's at the end of Rob's comments, that a 90-day notice and a deadline of the end of 28, that's not enough. It's not going to work.
Thank you, Greg. And I think we will settle for mostly agreement. That will be a good expectation from the panel. I think one thing that sticks out is, public safety operates in, worst case scenarios, and it's the 911 calls that really need to make sure that they go through. And so what are some of the, specific conditions that could be implemented before sunsetting or decommissioning TDM that would preserve 911 connectivity for any of the infrastructure that impacts 911 traffic? And anyone that's itching to take it, otherwise
I'll just
Greg,
quickly say,
start with
I
you.
really do think it's going to be important to recognize, where these distinctions are. Looking at 911 architecture, specifically 911 situations, specifically, and how that can be addressed independently from what is otherwise trying to be accomplished in the voice all IP transition scenarios. But right now, they're inherently tied together. And so breaking them apart and dealing with them separately is going to be a challenge, but I think that is one thing that, can and should happen.
Yeah, so one thing we have to do is we have to ensure that these IP connections are truly public safety grade. I mentioned this earlier, but we've got to figure out to make sure that it's at the highest level of support. I mentioned the dial tone on voice or IP phones that come through, and if they're doing service on it, it may drop that dial tone. That's unacceptable. We've got to have solid IP connectivity that's going to work across the board all the time. And back when I was a PSAP director, oversaw the radio system, and our radio system was connected to a controller that was hundreds of miles away, and we moved and we changed over to another vendor for cost-effective measures. And when we did, that vendor would shut us down about once every 2 weeks from 2 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the morning. And so we've got to put those safeguards in place to make sure that these are public safety grade connections, those SLAs are in place, that they understand that you can't just take it down, you've got to reroute, you've got to do things like that. Very, very important. And the second thing I want to add to that was just the fact of just costs. April mentioned this, what was the percentage? 200,000, and what was reported to me by one of my states that I polled last week was a 10,000% increase in these transition periods. Folks, I don't know if you know it or not, but it's hard to get money out of the government. I know it's hard to believe that in Washington, D.C., but when it comes to states, it's difficult. It's very difficult to raise fees, raise 911 fees and do things like that. I'm staring at the people in the room that lobby against, raising those fees because it's a cost to your customers. And we get that. We understand the impacts on that. But it's so difficult to get funding just to support NG911. And when you look at 40% of our states are out there saying we don't have enough funding today, and then the cost to transition what we thought was going to be just current costs, okay, the $19 a month, now is $32,000 a month. We don't have funding for that. So we've got to take some immediate action on some of those things to make sure that we can stay funded, that we don't further delay the full implementation of NG911 because we're trying to transition over, and now I've got to go back to the well and ask for more money. And I don't know if people know this or not, but it could take 2 to 4 years to raise a fee at the state level. That's what it takes. We just got to be very conscious as we move forward with that.
April?
And adding to that, Lance was just talking about next generation 911. Think about those PSAPs who haven't even started, or states who haven't even started that. They're still stuck in legacy, but their costs, their TDM costs are going up exponentially. They don't have the funds today to be able to cover those costs. And where does that money come from? It comes from other parts of the PSAP's budget. So that means that they're cutting staffing, they can't upgrade their technology, et cetera. So it's really important that we understand that it doesn't matter if they're transitioning to next generation 911 or if they're stuck in legacy, they're being affected by this today.
Thank you. And I want to transition back to something that Greg said about, we have this broader interconnection debate, but then there's also the question of what do we do about 911? And to the extent that we can split it off, I have a question about, this is a bit in tension with what Rob said, but how do we identify kind of what those paths are and what the interconnection is in order to carve something like that out?
Yeah, no, thank you, Rachel. I think I would say that question is another one of the kind of key events along the way that has caused us to get really involved in this discussion, is the sort of petitions for waivers to discontinue, and they were oriented in a way that suggested that it was just trying to get end users and consumers of TDM services transitioned over to IP services. But when we saw the notices coming out, and we didn't really know that we had to watch like hawks for this stuff. Notices come out, and we see that we're among the affected consumers as a CLEC, getting our services under tariffs, under ICAs, right? And we had to sound the alarm to say, no, you can't discontinue that because that's a 911 circuit, right? And it is just that, to Rob's point, which is, and that's where we feel like just a 90-day notice. It's exactly why we think a 90-day notice runs the risk of things slipping through the cracks, really. And you can't run the risk of things slipping through the cracks if it's a 911 service. So I think that's kind of a really key focal point for figuring out how to go about ensuring that 911 can still be resilient and reliable while everyone's moving as fast as they can toward an all IP voice world otherwise.
Any responses to that?
Yeah, I think it would be a real challenge to try to structure kind of a broad carve-out for 911 or any particular service in a way that wouldn't have adversely affect sort of the broader IP transition. But there has to be an expectation that where 911 call paths are discovered in the decommissioning process, that all the parties involved, including the party that's seeking to discontinue the circuit, work diligently, collaboratively to find alternate paths, that the party seeking to discontinue the path show flexibility. I think just the way the 214 rule works is it's at least 90 days, and then as a practical matter, when we've come across these issues, we've been, I think from our perspective, fairly liberal in allowing the parties some extensions. But from our starting point is that if a circuit can be discontinued and moved within 90 days, then why not? And if it can't, and if there are real extenuating circumstances, then there of course should be some flexibility. But and just another reminder that the December 31, 2028 deadline does not per se, even remotely entail envision a flash cut discontinuance of TDM. TDM is going to linger for a while. I think we recognize that. The trick is sort of keeping it, as Chairman Carr mentioned this morning, sort of keeping it to the corner cases.
How frequently in sort of building out networks do you find that an alternative to a critical TDM path is not available? Does that happen?
Yes.
Want to talk
And
a little
again,
bit more about that?
I think what I would say, maybe back to kind of Rob's comments about cobbling things together, it can happen at lots of different points in your architecture. One of the things that we've been racing to solve for is that the rate increases were happening in non-regulated services, long-haul transport, TDM transport, where we had a bunch of that to get back to our IP switching. And they were just skyrocketing, and we needed to get off of TDM and deploy IP out to colos. We've run into situations now where we're at the colo and the ILEC won't turn up the colo. And, there's nobody there. Again, you have these situations, the irony with an emergency call is we're calling, trying to get these things solved, to Rob's point, which we're totally on board with. But when you don't get called back, you're stuck. And so we then have to go back to a circuit that has gone way up that caused us to move it in the first place. Now we're going back because that's a better financial choice. And that might get turned down. And again, to this point, and we've certainly talked about it, that long-haul transport component is going away rapidly. You look around to see what the alternatives are in the marketplace, and there are zero. And that's just one leg of what's required to get to a market, to get to a selective router, right? To then get to the piece that needs to be there from the selective router to the PSAP. So at every step in that interconnected chain, there's risk.
April?
I just want to add that continuity must be non-negotiable. When it comes to the public expects 911 to work regardless of the technology we're using, regardless of the provider or the location or the transition status. So whatever we come up with, we absolutely have to think about. As Greg has mentioned, I know that there is a lot on the record on this, but we have places that are just shutting it off. And then there are people who cannot reach 911, and that cannot happen.
Lance?
So you talked about the impact and different things with converting to IP. We had a small telephone company in a very rural area of the state of Oklahoma down in the Wichita Falls area of Texas. It's just north of there. And they had transitioned from, analog telephones over to voice over IP. And it took months. They actually worked with Intrado, and I was on the phone with Intrado, and it took, we were down to the wire of basically where that whole area that was covered by that telephone company was not going to be able to call 911 because we could not find a connection into the selectable router for a voice over IP connection. And the connections that were being used were being turned, they were actually turning them off from this other voice over IP provider. So again, it's transition, but there's so many different points that, as Rob mentioned, of how these things are integrated together, and they've been put together over decades of time. And that's just one of the things that just happened in the last few months. And it was down to, we thought that they were not going to be able to call 911 because they had transitioned to IP, and we weren't able to get them connected to the selectable router.
Yeah, I'd like to comment that we have to have some kind of way to do exceptions around forbearance if needed. And April's right, we got to have continuously provide this service. And when we get a notice of, we're going to turn down this circuit at Intrado, they're sending it to a 911 company. So if we're telling you we have no other path, we're not making it up, because we've been doing IP for decades. So is Greg's company. So we want to move to IP, but if we can't, we don't have a way to get there, we're going to have to work with it. We have to communicate, but there's got to be a mechanism to understand that this is 911 traffic and it can't go dead in Wichita Falls, Texas, or anywhere else in the United States if it's existing. We need to keep providing it for the public. Good. So that's not negotiable. April's right. We have to figure this out and work together.
Thank you, everyone. So I'd like to move on to kind of a final summary question. I think that we've talked a lot about what the issues are with the problems for maintaining 911 connectivity as we transition away from TDM to IP. I think that this is one of the things that when the chairman was talking earlier about making sure that all the pieces move along, 911 is definitely a very critical piece. So this is a round robin statement, so I'll start with Greg and then we can just move down the line. So in your opinion, what would be some of the most helpful, specifically tailored safeguards for 911 or a combination of safeguards for 911 to preserve the continuity of 911 traffic during the IP transition?
So my very quick answer that I think maybe is something that we've all discussed and there's agreement among us here is that we have to nip the rate increases in the bud. There has to be a stop to rate increases that cause all of these issues really to occur. I've heard it a couple times, I haven't mentioned it, but classifying, these services that have always been, and I say always because that's true as a CLEC, we've always been able to obtain switched access or local interconnection facilities to support connectivity selective routers. Overnight, people are declaring those to be business data services. And that's where you see scenarios where your T1 to a selective router goes from $17 to $32,000. Like, that just can't happen. That's not sustainable, it's not viable. And so I think that's the first most critical thing I think that can be done.
Lance?
Yeah, I'll echo that, Greg. I agree. I think cost is a big issue, and we've kind of talked a lot about that. Redundancy, continuity of operations, the redundant circuits. We had just 10 months ago we had a fiber cut in Oklahoma. It took 4 counties out, and when I say it took 4 counties out, it took everything out. It took cell phone. It took cell phones out. It took voice or IP out. It took everything out in 4 counties. Redundancy is extremely important, and then the support, the SLAs, and things like that have to be worked through also. And since this may be the last time that I get the microphone because we're out of time, it sounds like we're doom and gloom up here, and we're not. I'll just be honest with you. We are looking forward to going true IP end to end. We cannot wait for this to happen. If it can happen before the end of 2028, awesome. wonderful. It provides us continuity of operations. It provides us better redundancy. It provides faster reactions to disasters. Being able to deploy a 911 center during a certain scenario or whatever, it's just so much better than what we work with in the analog world. Lease technology works best right now, as Rob mentioned. It's a very, very complicated system to get a 911 call into your 911 center. I do believe IP is the lease technology, and I do believe that will work best. So don't take our words as doom and gloom. It sure sounds like it up here, but we are looking forward to it from the 911 industry perspective, and we look forward to it.
Okay, adding on to my esteemed colleagues here, I think one of the things that's really important is alignment with carrier modernization with NG911 architecture. It's going to be important that standards-based interconnectivity is using NENA, ADIS, and IETF frameworks. I'm going to go back to mandatory testing and coordinated cutovers. These are very important. And most importantly, we need to ensure that TDM requirements do not outpace PSAP readiness.
I think my list I'll start with, again, to over-communicate, exceptions for forbearance need to be, there's some kind of framework or guidelines need to be put in place for that. Adequate notice time. You're getting a 90-day notice, and if it takes 6 months to deploy and an iCircuits, that's not enough time. You need that exception. Single point of contact at some of these ILECs for 911. I don't want to steal this from a movie, but I don't want to hear, we get this all the time from our engineering department. We got the Potomac two-step on it. We can't figure out who to talk to at the ILEC anymore because the people we had in our contacts are either retired or gone now, and we have nobody that wants to take accountability, and they just send us a disconnect notice. We can't find anybody to talk to. That's serious stuff. You're going to turn down 911 and you won't, we don't have anybody to talk to. We can't have that. So that needs to be fixed. So I think that's most of mine. And then we've already talked about the price thing. That needs to be stabilized.
I think I'll mostly echo Jerry on the the notice period. I think there's a difference of views on how that notice period ought to be structured, but I think general agreement that notice makes is absolutely critical, and the sort of the diligent points of contact is another it makes sense as well. But I think to make all that work, you need to be able to identify where the TDM 911 call paths are, so that there's an understanding at the outset how significant the problem is, where how localized is it. And so that we can sort of, again, keep the 911 issues or problems in the transition limited to the corner case, so we can, work through them, even if it's going to be contentious at times. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. So I want to give you just one more chance, any parting shots before we start to wrap up? All right. I'll go ahead and pass it back to Allison.
So thank you, everyone. I think this is a really productive and engaging conversation, so I really appreciate you all coming to the table for this. We will take a break now for about 15 minutes, a little over 15 minutes. The next session will begin promptly at 3 o'clock for consumer protection and the IP transition. So thank you all again, and thank you once more to WCB for convening the workshop today.
All right, thank you all. Thank you especially to those of you who have been here for the whole day, for coming through all of our panels. I hope you've enjoyed them. Our second afternoon panel on consumer protection and the IP transition will be moderated by both the Wireline Bureau and the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. We have Chris Laughlin, Deputy Chief of the Competition Policy Division in WCB, and Michael Scott, Deputy Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Disability Rights Office. So please proceed. And, I'm sorry, after this panel, this will be the last panel of the day, so we'll have a quick wrap-up with some information about tomorrow afterward. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jody. Thank you all again for sticking around. I know we're the last panel of the day, and we're competing with the World Cup, so I appreciate being in the company of true IP transition nerds. As Jody said, my name is Chris Laughlin. I'm a Deputy Division Chief in the Competition Policy Division of the FCC's Wireline Competition Bureau. You have heard a lot about the technology-related issues of IP interconnection. You've heard about the public safety-related issues of the IP transition. And this panel is going to focus on issues that impact impacts from the transition that affect consumers, the tools that support consumers and protect consumers. We have a lot to cover, so we're going to pretty much dive right into the questions. I'm going to pass it over to my co-moderator to introduce himself and get us started.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Scott, and I'm with the Disability Rights Office. And we are going to jump right in here, and I'm going to give our panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves and then provide a brief answer to our very first question, which we're going to ask about what are the most significant consumer-facing opportunities and risks in the IP transition, and what is the likelihood and potential for impact on each of those opportunities or risks? I'm going to start with Jim.
Okay, thanks. Thanks again for having me as a panelist. I really appreciate it. My name is Jim Terrell. I'm with Transaction Network Services. For you that don't know who Transaction Network Services is, we provide telecommunication infrastructure, cloud-based call analytics, and numbering intelligence to mobile operators, enterprises, and consumers. So, with regard to your question, call authentication mechanisms are in place today, aren't reliant on IP networks. So, there are branded calling ecosystems that are in place today that work with TDM. Spoof protection today does work with TDM because we integrate directly with the enterprise or their calling platform. So, I don't think there's that big of a risk. I think there's more upside than anything, especially with the data that we've seen on spoof protection early on with some of our larger financial customers. We were able to see who was signing the call, what level of attestation they were signing the call at, and it was really easy to kind of then shut that traffic down fairly quickly. More recently, probably within the last 6 months, we see that there's TDM man in the middle. We've kind of touched on that a little bit in the earlier panels. And so it makes it much more difficult for us to find out who it is. We either have to go to the traceback group or work with the carriers to figure out where that traffic started. So much like what Chairman Carr said earlier, bad actors are using TDM in the middle. And so how prevalent is that? Based on the data that we've seen, is around 25% of all the overall traffic. So 25% of the time, 1 in 4 calls don't have anything with stir shake. And so while Chris will introduce himself, but I'm sure everybody knows who Chris is. He's the author of Stir Shakin'. Stir Shakin's only as good as I would say KYC and KYP, as well as making sure that making sure that it's all IP. So the more ubiquitous deployment of Stir Shakin', the stronger the framework becomes more effective in combating illegal spoofing, because bad actors won't be able to intentionally hide behind the TDM in the middle. So again, I think we'll get into this, and I know Rebecca will probably touch on it in a little bit, is around Stir Shakin' and IP connections don't solve the problem or can't overcome the problem of poor KYC or poor KYUP, know your upstream provider. So I think those are some of the risks and challenges with consumer protection. Again, I think we've got solutions that cover that, but more to come.
Hi, I'm Chris Wendt, and very much appreciate the opportunity to talk on this panel on this very important topic. I am the VP of System Engineering at Somos. We are the number administrator for the North American Numbering Plan. We're the toll-free administrator. We also run the reassigned number database as well as part of our work with the FCC. We also spend a lot of time thinking about the robocall problem, the fraud problem, and have a number of products that are trying to help the industry combat that problem. Personally, I play a number of roles. Jim already mentioned I'm one of the co-authors of the core specifications for Stir Shaken, but I play industry co-chair role on probably more committees than I'd like to admit to. But IPN and I and on the STIGA technical committee. So I'm fully immersed in the whole Stir Shaken ecosystem for sure, which I love and I'm passionate about. So I'm not complaining. In terms of the question, I think it's such a great opportunity that we are talking about this. I know it's sort of a finally, but the opportunity is really ahead of us. I think we're going to address call authentication on this panel, but I think we're actually solving two problems with one solution: bringing call authentication and all IP together in an organized way, using certificates as the trust layer. Is such a great opportunity, and it validates a lot of the things that we've done up to this point. So I want to start there. One thing we talk about a lot as well from a consumer perspective is the telephone number and how people identify themselves on the telephone network, and how we need to trust those telephone numbers, and making sure that those associations are clear and cryptographic and associated at the certificate level. One other thing, I'm glad to see David here. We participated on that. We were co-chairs on the Nancy IBC. So talking about video relay. I was also on the DAC when real-time text was initiated. And so those are all very important topics that I'm excited to talk more about, that an all IP network can really start to enable more holistically as a primary player in the telephone network and not just a bolt-on. So thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to join this panel. I'm very happy to be here in this group today. My name is David Bahar. I'm Director of Telecommunications Access of Maryland. We provide relay services through TTY captioned telephones, remote conferencing captions. We also provide telecommunications equipment and services for people who cannot use the regular phone. For this IP transition, my frame is coming more from an accessibility lens. As far as analog telecommunications, people have faced a lot of barriers in the telephone ecosystem. We've fought for decades to get beyond that, and this IP transition provides a nice, clean slate to have accessibility up front as first-class citizens. We do want to emphasize that we're talking about today numbering issues, which Chris referred to. Numbering issues and the focus on that allow for an opportunity to really enhance how people with disabilities are able to communicate.
Rebecca Johnson, founder CEO of Numerical. And first, I just really want to thank the Commission for the opportunity to highlight the consumer benefit and the consumer harm. So we gathered here to address the what. The what is the all IP transition. The how has been discussed a lot. It sounds like there's a lot of different ways to address the IP transition. The when, I think, will be the Commission's question to answer. But once we get to why, that's the consumers. That are the American businesses and American consumers who are impacted by what is occurring today on communications network, which is fraud. And fraud is rampant. But when we look at what does the IP transition do for fraud, the short answer is that it creates a transport layer that allows for end-to-end delivery of trusted, verified, and cryptographically signed information about the identity of who's calling down to the consumer. So I think you're going to find that this panel is very much aligned. I think we're more of the optimistic panel that you will hear today. And that's because we're excited about the potential of more than just improving our networks, more than just creating a better transport layer. We haven't even scratched the surface on what the potential is of what more information we could deliver, how we can enhance and improve other solutions, just like the ones that David will be talking about. So there's a lot of positive to it. But I do want to cover, some of the risks that are related to it. And when I think about risk, it's about the possibility of something happening, something negative happening. So if we're really going to talk about the risk related to a non-all IP transition, that means we're living it now. This is not a potential, it's actually current state for American businesses and for American consumers. So I want to call your attention to a report that the FTC put out in April of this year. So the FTC reported on the types of fraud by communication channel. The total fraud reported to the FTC, now this is reported by American citizens to the FTC, and we all know that not everybody reports to the FTC. So the total fraud was $5.5 billion. Now that might sound like a big number. And we did hear a lot of panels talk about cost. I think maybe the largest number I heard was 200,000. Well, my number is 5.5 billion. So that is the cost to American citizens. The number is much larger when we think about the cost to businesses who are defrauded by bad actors dialing into the banks or financial institutions. So of that 5.5, 1.1 billion was on the voice network. That's pretty significant. So that says that we're already experiencing the harm. And the conversations that we're having over today and tomorrow really should be focused on how we move forward. I would like to see us move beyond talking about why it's so hard. Let's start to talk about how we can move forward and truly address this gap in our network so that we can get to full trust in the voice communication channel.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Ruby. I'm the general counsel at Granite Telecommunications. Granite Telecommunications grew up as a competitive local exchange carrier offering what was then solely TDM services, unbundled network elements under the 96 Act, that sort of thing. We've since expanded into a much wider range of all manner of voice and data products and services, including a variety of IP products. So I echo the comments from my co-panelists here that we're excited about this and we're glad to be here. So, but coming at it from that lens, Granite grew up as a competitive provider. So the way that we view this is the important thing is to preserve competition, to make sure that the enterprises are able to offer more and better offerings at lower prices to the consumer. That is one of the ways that we ensure that consumer protection is broad and deep throughout the marketplace. So that's the lens through which we view every aspect of this transition. So what are the opportunities here specific to consumer protection? It's what everybody's been talking about. It's the opportunity to eliminate the TDM in the middle that is the problem in terms of full stir-shaken implementation. What are the risks, though? The risks are doing that in such a way that competition ends up getting limited, right? Instead of providing businesses with the providers with the opportunity to address the problem in flexible ways that still get to the results that we need to implement certain requirements that stifle competition that raise costs. So that's the lens through which Granite views this, and happy to start and looking forward to having a good discussion about those topics here on this panel.
All right, thank you everyone for those intro thoughts. I want to dive in a little bit more on the robocalls related issues. And Chris, I'm going to start with you. I'm glad there's some agreement that there's a problem here, and there's agreement that there's some excitement about moving forward. I guess I just want to understand a little bit more about how big of a problem this is. What exactly is happening? I know we have a sophisticated audience here, but maybe you can talk a little bit more about what's happening that is undermining STIR/SHAKEN or tracebacks or other tools, and how big of a problem it is.
Well, it's obviously still a problem, some of the statistics that we mentioned, but I think the core of it is, and you know, to bring it back to some of the former panels, it really is, and I think Josh actually just mentioned it, that IP is all around us. It's just there's TDM in the middle, and how do we, and that's breaking a lot of the end-to-end security that we need. When you talk about signing something and protecting the transport of calls, you want end-to-end connectivity, end-to-end security, and anything that breaks that in the middle, and anything that we can simplify that to have direct interconnects and other things is an opportunity for us to clean up a lot of the security that makes our jobs hard to truly implement what the core of the standards. STIR/SHAKEN, as I think most people that have read about STIR/SHAKEN, was designed for an all-IP network, and we were hoping that that was one of the incentives to move to an all-IP network. I think hopefully we're finally getting there, and we can rely and use the way certificates are used on the internet the same way we can use them in the same way that we use them on the internet for the telephone network. Use the same tools, bring all of those together. There's sort of a beauty about, you know, making this a one network problem where we use all the same digital network tools that we built to secure the internet on the telephone network as well, and they can all work together to create a more secure environment. So I think that's the opportunity. That's but that is the disconnect of essentially why we're still struggling to get to what STIR/SHAKEN was intended to do in the first place.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
And I'll give maybe just a little history lesson. Well, Chris, you can tell us how long STIR/SHAKEN's been discussed. I think maybe I was in high school. I don't know. It's been a while. But where it was really solidified and got mainstream, I guess, attention was with the Trace Act in 2019. And in the Trace Act, it's addressing or, you know, allowing the FCC to pass orders to have the telecom industry implement STIR/SHAKEN, which, to Chris's point, requires an IP infrastructure. And so there's been a lot of questions as to, well, the FCC required everyone. I mean, all exemptions and exceptions have been eliminated. Everyone's supposed to have implemented STIR/SHAKEN, yet fraud only continues to be used across that channel. And the relationship between fraud, identity, and STIR/SHAKEN is actually very, very intertwined. And that was the goal and objective of STIR/SHAKEN, was to create that end-to-end layer of allowing an identity to be verified, the carrier to attest to what they know about that entity delivering the call, have that signed, and then deliver through the network and terminate to the end carrier. Now, Chairman Carr touched on it for a second in his introduction, and he mentioned there was a path where that information drops. Well, that's the TDM in the middle. So the information, this beautiful, rich information that the gentleman, Chris, he was one of the authors. This is his brainchild. All that rich information that we establish at the front end that IP is allowed to transfer as soon as it hits a TDM, it's dropped. Now the call is going to continue. We must deliver the call. But all that information that would allow for companies such as Jim Tyrell's on the analytics side to have more information around who's behind the call, that we could deliver that to the consumer, and you would know with certainty who it is on the other end. That's critical. We cannot turn the tides of fraud on the voice channel until that is achieved. So it's far more than just, hey, let's do this, IP transition, and I think we've had about 100 different acronyms on all these panels today. It's more than just that. It truly is securing our critical infrastructure in the U.S. so that we can stop being the #1 funder for global fraud.
I know you want to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to, add a little bit on so, what are some of the, challenges with stir shaking? We talked about TDM, in the middle, but very similar to kind of the first two panels, there's a big difference between what's happening with the small carriers versus the large carriers. So for the large carriers, I would agree with Henry and Matt that, 90% of the calls that we see with the large carriers have A-level attestation. So that's a good thing. However, with the smaller carriers, typically only about, 20% of their calls get delivered, is signed. And then, with that, when in place with the smaller carriers, it's enabled, full SIP transport. Stir shaken is at least effectively shows, who the traffic originator is. But, some of the other things that we see, and we've put this in our, in our robocall investigation report, and I know the FCC's looked at it as well, is that, 15% of calls that have invalid telephone numbers have A-level attestation. And so, again, it gets back to, yes, I implemented stir shaken, but did I implement it correctly, or am I just, am I working towards the spirit of the law or to what the law actually says? And so, I think those are some of the problems that we see, within that. And again, it still doesn't address, KYC, KYUP, if you will. So, I know the FCC is very familiar with, the Joe Biden deepfake scam. All that was A-level attested. The FCC received some fraudulent calls as well. That was all A-level attested. Again, it kind of goes back to, should they have been A-level attested, or, yeah, I didn't know who the customer is. Well, okay, if you knew who the customer was and you knew they were creating, fraudulent calls, well, then you really didn't know your customer very well.
So, I guess I want to ask a little bit. I'm trying to get a little bit about the, maybe the level of urgency, the when we should do this, and also what's the significance. So, Jim, sort of the conversation that you were having just there suggests. Is that really about the TDM in the middle, or is that about stir shaken practices, and how does that play into what the focus of the commission should be on with respect to the transition?
So for the inappropriate A-level attestation, that's an issue with, how people are implementing implementing stir shaken. Like I've said before, what we've seen with spoof protection is more TDM in the middle, and so it's much more difficult to figure out, okay, who signed it, and what level did they sign it at? Did they sign it appropriately? Again, if they got it from a gateway provider, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, right? But I gave it C-level attestation. Okay, that was perfect. You did the right thing. But if you gave it A-level attestation and you picked it up at a gateway, yeah, probably not such a good thing. So I think those are some of the things that I think that again, along with kind of know your upstream provider, and what are they doing with their traffic? Are they signing it properly as they should? Are they doing the right KYC things? And I know Rebecca could probably talk for about an hour or two on KYC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that point, I think part of the issue and part of the opportunity is that fraud sort of hides in the confusion of, did this go over a TDM link? Did it not? Where did it come from? And the opportunity is, if we do, a lot of the rules that that the SEC has been putting out have brought the responsibility closer to the actual originator of the call. That's a great thing. If we can use the ability to do interconnection more directly from that responsible provider, then that's also going to help protect the directness of both the authentication of the telephone number as well as the authentication of the provider and the traffic that's coming from them. So I think the urgency is absolutely urgent because it's been urgent for a while. But I think the answer to a lot of the confusion about where is it coming from, what network did it traverse over, did headers get stripped by TDM? The original purpose of C and B attestation were not that we wanted those things to exist forever. We were acknowledging the realities of the network that we don't know where traffic comes from. But we were hoping that over time we would solve those things and all traffic would look like what A attestation is supposed to represent, which is that customer has the right to use that telephone number and that you have authenticated them and know that traffic is coming from them. So that is the ideal, and I think the things that we're talking about with all IP only boost the ability to provide a secure network and a secure end-to-end telephone call.
I'm going to address the urgency matter and switch it to necessity. The proposed rulemaking that's out there with regards to caller identity, KYC, KYUP, these are all lofty, beautiful ideas that completely fall on the floor and are meaningless if we don't have the all IP transition. So I think that's really important to understand the relationship that the other initiatives that we know we need in order to address fraud and restore trust in communications is all hinged on the IP transition. So the urgency, to Chris's point, well, it's always been there. So maybe also think about it from the necessity. It will be the thing that advances us or holds us where we're at.
Josh, I want to see if I can bring you in a little bit. So Chris talked some about how, part of the idea behind Store Shaken is it might incentivize providers to transition to all IP, and Jim talked a little bit about the differences between Store Shaken implementation for the major carriers versus the smaller carriers. And can you speak to maybe some of the challenges for smaller carriers or how those incentives have played out?
Yeah, so I think the way to think about it is, there's a lot of different types of practices out there. And I think we come at this as an entity that grew up again as a pure TDM reseller, right? And that still operates a number of different types of relationships at a number of different levels of resale. We look at this with respect to, for example, the numbering NPRM. And I know there's been a lot of response to that about the various different types of competitive relationships that are enabled by having multiple levels of resale. And I think that links up with the KYC NPRM that's out there, where one of the things that I think is beneficial there in terms of pushing down the required, and I think this is also a part of the numbering NPRM, pushing down the required participation in the robocall mitigation database and the certifications associated with attestations that robocall mitigation plans have been implemented, right? Entries in the database are appropriate, things of that nature. That's an important step in making sure that all of the providers who are associated with originating traffic are attesting that they are actually implementing Store Shaken appropriately. When you're talking about, I actually can't remember if this was Jim or Chris who mentioned the percentage of calls that are originated that have A-level attestations that are not appropriate. Well, it gets much more difficult to sign calls that way if you are attesting under the pains and penalties of perjury that you have implemented the stir-shaken regulations appropriately, et cetera, right? And I think that goes back to the importance of having, right, the way that these problems get solved is by taking the people who are entitled to originate calls on the PSTN and forcing them to say that they're abiding by the rules that exist, rather than forcing people to implement specific rules-based, you must comply in this particular way. Right, the way that the PSTN has worked since its inception is, no, you get a license to operate on the network, and if you don't operate according to the rules that are out there, then your license to operate on the network is taken away.
So you brought up numbering, and maybe we can keep with you and kind of go down that path a little bit. What kind of impact, if any, will the IP transition have on numbering administration as it relates to consumers, and what sort of policies or considerations need to be accounted for to avoid harmful outcomes for consumers?
Yeah, so I think, there have been, again, in the numbering NPRM, there are a number of proposals out there. I think our view, again, is that resale limitations are not the way to go, that has, as I think the number of commenters have pointed out, there's a number of different ways in which a whole different series of resale relationships can have pro-competitive effects and can be important for certain use cases, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's an example of a prescription that is too narrow and does not permit the types of market behavior that we want to incentivize, which is people, voice providers offering more and better offerings. I think there's also some issues with respect to there were some good comments put out by Encompass about this, with respect to the effect of termination side analytics as opposed to originating side analytics. So, right, rich call data, the data that's able to be put out by call originators is, and again, we support, and I think having I think this goes back to the rich call data NPRM from back in October. Those are all good suggestions, right? That improving what can be transmitted via, again, from the originating carrier. That's what will scale and ultimately help combat this problem.
Does anyone else have any other thoughts on the numbering related issues? Mr. Chris, go ahead.
I had some brief maybe thoughts around, the numbering traditionally has geographic ties, and we're in an increasingly non-geographic world. People take their phone numbers wherever they go. They don't live in the same place. They're in different places. There's practical impacts to consumers from that perspective. But, considering that there's an opportunity here with the all IP transition, which is also, internet is not geographic either, and having geography more as, obviously it's important to 911. There's some other applications where location is, and geography is important, but just something else too, like we don't generally talk about, that I think we should think more about is, what are the consequences of that, and how does that impact the consumer as well? I know there's some structural issues with, having the ability to take numbers from one geography to another that we deal with, but just another thought on how numbering might impact from an all IP perspective.
David, I know you had a comment.
I think one important thing to think about with respect to the numbering issue, especially for people who are using relay services, is that before we had IP or anything having to do with telecommunications, we didn't really have the ability to directly call another individual who used Relay. You would have to call 711 first. You would give the phone number that you were trying to reach, and it would get routed that way. When we were finally able to have video relay services that in fact could have a phone number, the end user had a phone number that was tied to your endpoint, then it became possible to make those calls directly using that phone number. One of the important parts in terms of functional equivalency is that ability to make those direct calls. Simultaneously, of course, there have been some cons to that approach. So video relay services you might have a phone number for your cell phone, a phone number for your video relay number. You might have, 3 or 4 other kinds of relay companies you're doing business with. So you might end up with many phone numbers. So we've got an opportunity here with the IP transition to make it possible for people who use relay services to have just one phone number and to have that operate across all of the different programs and to have it operate directly without going through other numbers. The FCC has put a tremendous amount of effort working into studying this effort, and there are promising pathways. There's Project Iris, where they're investigating how to make those kinds of things possible through the device itself, like the smartphone. There is also the IVC, which Chris and I served on of the Nancy, and how to make that possible using a different pathway, using the governance authority for the numbering issues. So those deserve more attention as we continue to talk about the IP transition.
Thank you, David. That's a great segue. Why don't we turn to some accessibility-related issues and questions? And we'll say, the accessibility advocates and the records we've been developing for this topic have really focused on that the IP transition could ultimately improve communications, whether through real-time text, multimedia communications, and improved access to NG 911. And perhaps getting back to some of the optimism we talked about earlier on, what are some of those most important accessibility benefits that the all-IP environment can provide, and how should we make sure they're being built in from the start, or wherever we are in that process, I should say?
It's a great question. I think, for example, right now with telecommunications, people who do not use their voice or do not hear rely on relay services. And relay service is a wonderful service, but it's not always automatically part of the call flow. So a deaf person has to use a separate app sometimes, a separate service, to enable that phone call to happen. A dream that I would have, that advocates have had for years, is the ability to just, wherever you are, pick up your cell phone, buy an iPhone from Apple, and use whatever is natively in the phone to automatically make a phone call via relay services or whatever kind of service you're using. That's built-in accessibility without having to download separate apps or set up special programs. I think one of the frustrating things is that relay services such as VRS or IP relay have, each company has their own proprietary app. And they are not using the same technology. So for example, on smartphones today, I think since 2016, all smartphones have RTT built in. It's on your phone if you check your phone. It's standard, video, audio, texting support, all within the RTT platform. So all of those modalities are in, and they can be used by relay services and by individuals. Now with the IVC work group, for example, we were talking a lot and we explored a lot about how to integrate that with the numbering system so that RTT and one phone number are becoming one entity for a person. And you just have, one device that you'd be using, you'd have one phone number, and you'd communicate however you needed to communicate to everybody else in the world, how everybody else communicates. That was a dream that we had.
Yeah. Please, Chris.
So I love the examples that David brings up, especially, and actually I'll admit it, the first time I've experienced video relay was having conversations with David many years ago. But it just highlights the issues that, having to deal with multiple tools, multiple networks, it's a problem that we can easily solve if we bring everything together for all the other reasons that we talked about, to bring TDM and an all IP network together. We have all of the tools, all of the IETF specifications for doing video and real-time text, and all those things should really come together. Real-time text is a success story. We do use the quote-unquote telephone network to transport that. But if we can extend that to provide a wealth of multimedia communications across the telephone network and bring that holistically together under a single telephone number, I agree that is the dream that we should be reaching towards for sure.
And I was going to say, it was a pleasure to meet you too, David, and I look forward, we have a follow-up conversation to learn more. I mean, just hearing you talk, I wrote a note to my team saying, I want to solve this. I think there's a lot more potential, as I mentioned, with regards to, right now we're just thinking on fraud, delivering identity end-to-end. But I think David's bringing to the table that there's a lot more innovation that we need to consider. And then you have Chris saying, it's possible. So back to the optimistic, we're innovators on this panel. I work with these individuals. And so that's what gets us excited about the possibility. And I'll just go back to, I think that's the mindset we need to have in the industry as a whole of, let's again, not talk about what holds us back, but we have to look forward. And it's pioneers and innovators that look forward. And if you're not looking forward, maybe you're not the right pioneer, an innovator to be at the helm, so really take that into consideration. Are you advancing us or holding us back? But I am excited to have David's voice at the table because there's a lot more that can be done. And if I had to say from my professional background, it's probably, the industry's been absent on addressing it because we haven't really considered and looked at the challenges we need to overcome to make better solutions. So I think now's the time.
If I could just jump in, one thing that David said that I was really struck by was the limitations imposed by proprietary tools on particular hardware. And I think that's something that, I know I said it before, I'll say it again, that it's important for the commission to remember is the frameworks for this transition are being written, is that if by endorsing certain proprietary tools or certain specific types of tools, you're prescribing that the technology and the offerings will develop in a certain way, when if you used a broader base of standards, the tools would be able to develop along potentially many different lines, which again means that there's more and better tools available, more and better offerings available from the whole competitive landscape that ultimately increases consumer welfare.
I guess touching on that a little bit in terms of bringing things forward, the other aspect of that is that consumers do utilize a lot of legacy services, or they have a lot of legacy equipment that they do need or they will need, and that all needs to be brought forward into the IP world. And where should the commission kind of focus on ensuring there are solutions to helping consumers transition, ensuring providers are notifying, bringing options available, bringing solutions, ideas forward, and to the extent we need to, what additional framework should we be looking at in terms of maintaining redundancy, backwards compatibility, so that the transition is as smooth as possible?
So I think there's some parallels here with the 911 discussion about, making sure that we are pushing the ball forward and setting the path forward to getting to an all IP world. So there is some legacy equipment that will need to be replaced or reprogrammed, or, there is a bunch of those things. I think, and maybe David can validate this or not, that we are in a much better place where, there is tools out there. It's just a matter of, like, are those IP-based tools connected to the telephone network as a primary resource or not? So I don't want to put down 911, but maybe we're in a better place here. So I'm a little bit optimistic there, but maybe David can help validate what I'm saying.
Yeah, David speaking here. I think that I would agree, I would echo working with other state relay programs when telecommunication carriers switched from copper lines services to the consumer homes, to the fiber lines. They did not warn their consumers that this was happening, especially their relay consumers, those who are using caption telephones, those who are using TTYs, and that they were not clear about those devices not working literally overnight. And so that's what happened to consumers out there, is that they went to use their TTY and it just didn't function. And I think they didn't know why. They didn't know what was causing that problem. So the state of Maryland has been spending a good bit of time reaching out to all of our consumers who use legacy equipment precisely for that reason. And what we have discovered is that it can be challenging to reach people, but it isn't always such a challenge that people are imagining. We are capturing a lot of people who use caption telephones through our programming efforts, and we are transitioning them to IP products because we no longer offer analog caption telephone services in the state of Maryland. So my advice is to work within your state programs to reach out to consumers who are working with those analog legacy equipment or software. And I mean, analog services are degraded, and they're degrading in front of us. People are having this experience every day where their services, like for example, those who are using TTYs that they've been relying on for years, are no longer reliable. And the benefits of moving, quickly, I think, outweighs potential negative ramifications here. I'll say one other thing that has come up, especially with states where they are very rural populations. There are concerns that are raised all the time about moving those folks and kind of cutting them off from the rest of the state. They're relying on analog phones or analog services. That can be a challenge for people who use a subsidized line, but there may be other options out there that, unlike satellite, for example. It's not an equivalent replacement, but it might work.
So I guess related to that, when we talk about moving to those newer technologies, and so how do we ensure that the tech transition and that IP interconnection agreements do not result in inadvertent barriers? That as we move, that we still have access to accessible technologies and services, and newer technologies, or newer services, I should say, like direct video calling or real-time text, which we believe will enhance functional equivalency without increasing burdens on consumers who use those services.
The first example that comes to mind is that of calling 711. So people who use TTYs call their relay service. They dial 711 initially, and that gets to a call center. And if they're trying to use 711 with real-time text, what happens, and this is just a simple result of the way the system has worked, it's TDM-based, RTT does not work. It requires end-to-end IP connection. So you dial 711 and the relay call will fail. Now, if we got rid of all the TTYs today and encouraged people to go ahead and use RTT, they would not be able to do so unless there was an app or something. It's kind of similar to the 911 issue. We encourage people to text to 911 if they can't hear or if they're in a situation where they shouldn't be using sound. And RTT and text, people are confused about how to do that and how to make that work. If we got rid of what people are currently using, other kinds of accessibility approaches, before people are comfortable with the new approaches or before the new technology is fully mature and ready to be deployed and accepted, we're going to see a failure rate. We're going to see problems come up.
Yeah, I think actually RTT is probably the model to follow. I think to David's point, maybe we're sort of not 100% there. But I think that's primarily because it is sort of like an optional channel and people don't really know about it. And if you bring this more to the forefront where real-time text, video, other multimedia capabilities are enabled and pushed through, like the process that real-time text took, maybe those things could be more at the forefront, could be part of the telephone network itself, can be used not just for accessible reasons, but for other reasons as well. Like, I think, hopefully those things will be aspirational to make the telephone network more relevant as well, like, all the promises that we talked about for multimedia communications in general. And like I said, it's not that those things aren't possible. We do those things daily through proprietary tools. Why not just add those to the, I say just, but I think, pushing it through for the purposes of bringing all these things together as a holistic telephone network with all these capabilities really should be the goal of what we want from a truly functional telephone network.
So in the first panel this morning, there was a lot of discussion about timeline for transition and the different frameworks. And, some people were sort of targeting the December 2028 timeline that's in the proposal, and others were looking further out, taking our time to make sure the transition works effectively. Jim, can you talk a little bit about, what sort of concrete steps that the Commission can take in the near term to ensure that the IP transition advances robocall prevention, and when we get to others, preserving accessibility, and then whether there are certain things that we can do right now that are workarounds or alternatives that we can kind of sort of advance the ball on robocall and fraud-related issues while we're still working towards the complete IP transition.
Yeah, I think as we get to more IP, all IP, we said that stir shaking is going to become much more effective. The bad actors aren't going to be able to hide anywhere, especially with TDM in the middle. Rebecca, brought up, 5.5 billion. That's a big number, and it's probably well understated. And knowing that 1 in 4 calls, have TDM in the middle, that's not helping. So, I know the Trace Act, I think, Rebecca brought it up earlier, was, it needs to work on the IP network. And, I think the Commission has looked at opportunities to say, are there, other ways to do, kind of out-of-band stir shake? And I don't think that's the answer. I think the answer is, can you continue to push forward with the all IP network and to stick to those timelines for voice? I know that obviously there's going to be some issues that are, involved with, hey, am I going to go with, an agreementless, paradigm, or, do I need, rural things? So I think going back to the original questions that were brought up by the first panel, keeping inter-carrier compensation and equal access and USF, those to me sounded like those were the biggest issues that needed to get fixed so that everybody could transition to IP.
I'll put in a plug for, as a tool that's at the Commission's disposal that I don't think it's come up today, is dispute resolution. So we've heard a lot of discussion about various ways in which there can be conflict at the co-location facility and that there can be disputes about how specific interconnection agreements, interconnection arrangements in the IP world are going to be made. One way to ensure that the IP transition moves faster is to, when those disputes come up, for there to be a fast process that the FCC can adjudicate those disputes. And right here's the determination. Here's what's the reasonable resolution here that gets everybody the economic result that they need and allows the transition to move forward as to this or that location and replicate it across the problem areas of the network. That will move the transition faster.
I think we're doing a lot of the right things. I think the progress towards what we're doing and the rules around call authentication, the goals of making rich call data a part of the network, a native part of the network, which personally I think enforces the need for KYC. If you need to determine a name of a subscriber, you're probably going to need to do more KYC than just trusting the telephone number that comes in. I think a lot of the hooks come together to do exactly what we want to do. But for the all IP transition, that's only going to help things more immensely, because then that, like I implied before, the question marks, the corners that people hide in are no longer going to be there if you have to have an end-to-end authenticated call. So I think we keep doing what we're doing, but all IP is only just going to help increase the velocity of what we're doing, because we can get to where we need to get to, and we don't have to talk about all the noise of all the other problems that we're trying to deal with from having separate networks.
I'm going to comment with regards to the timeline by giving a timeline of how we got here. Maybe that helps. When I think back, the FCC's robocall strike force was 2016. That's been 10 years. That's been 10 years. That strike force was developed of carriers, made a lot of promises, made a lot of commitments. In fact, I believe the first IP commitment was 15 years ago. That's on record. So there's been a lot of commitments and no action. So unfortunately, in telecom, it does require the FCC to set a deadline. I know I can't get my kids to do anything unless there's a deadline. I get a lot of, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, and then nothing gets done. So I think the deadline has to stay there. Maybe a compromise is that the carriers and those impacted need to come back with some milestones. Milestones with deadlines would be an option to kind of build your way towards the all IP transition. I did hear light touch regulation and let the market solve. I would say fail. We've tried, that doesn't work. So there needs to be a deadline, and I think that's on those who are impacted to provide either a milestone with some, goals and objectives, but it has to be in the very, very near future. Then I look at the other rulemaking with regards to the KYC, KYUP, caller identity, numbering. Those are all parallel to the IP. This is not implement all IP and then start to implement the other components. All of those processes can be established today, except for the caller identity one. That really is dependent upon the KYC, the KYUP, that we know with assurance who the entity is, but that information cannot be delivered to the carrier until we get to an all IP network in a reliable manner. So I think the commission does have a bit of a challenge. Number one, you've done such an incredible job to kind of identify the last checkmarked items that need to be done, which maybe is kind of overwhelming the industry, but they shouldn't be surprised. They've talked about this. They haven't moved on it. So I wouldn't say change your deadline that you have. I would say the time's been provided. So just got to watch out. The kids might throw all the dirty clothes and toys under the bed. So I think we'll have to set some milestones of what success looks like as well.
So we're coming up on the end of time. I want to give David the last word on this topic. David, are there concrete steps or things that we should be doing in the accessibility realm to move the ball forward for the IP transition.
From my perspective, the two most important things that the FCC can do right now is to prepare for an all IP world. We've been spending a lot of time talking about moving away from analog technologies and phone lines and so forth, but not enough time really preparing for what an IP world is going to look like. For example, numbering. There should be, I would say, more of a priority to move on with either the IRIS or IVC platforms, so that that one phone number applies to a person regardless of the service they're using, regardless of their accessibility needs. And as well, and this is a big one with the 911 services, we definitely spend time talking about how 911 works, but not enough in the context of relay services. So for example, if I need to call 911, the only legally mandated accessibility method that 911 PSAPs have to provide is TTY access. And the FCC has actively talked about moving away from TTYs and maybe requiring something else like RTT in its stead. But 911 PSAPs currently, all 5,000 plus of them do not support RTT at this time. And if they don't, what happens to those individuals who need to reach 911 and don't have a way to do so because the TTY is no longer their option? So I know it's not an FCC question because I know you don't have the authority over the PSAPs and the 911 technology that they have to implement, but you've done so much work in sort of moving DOJ along the pathway that this should be forefront of mind as well.
Well, thank you, everyone. I wish we had more time. I know we could talk for a long time about these issues, but it is the end of the day, and I know some people may want to catch the end of the game. So we'll let you all go, and I think I'll pass it back to Jody to take us away.
Yes, I do plan to stand between you and the game for one more minute. So please join me in thanking all of our panelists and moderators who spoke today. We discussed throughout the day a lot of really challenging, thorny issues, and I just want to say I really appreciate all of the panelists who were willing to show up and be here and face those issues head on and work through ways that we can move forward. And we also heard a lot of reasons why this is worth doing and it's worth doing right. And so we have a common purpose in all of that, I think, across all of the stakeholders. The opportunities and benefits of modern networks and services are worth getting there for people across the country. So tomorrow we will reconvene also at 9:30 in the same room for the second day of our workshop, focusing on the financial and economic aspects of the IP transition. And thank you all for being here.